Evening and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting for November 12th, 2020. And with that, I will ask for a call to order. Are you going to do it, Wendy?
Sure. Commissioner Barbos.
Here.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner Bohar.
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner Wellander.
Here.
And Robert McDonald is absent tonight.
And I'm here.
Oh, and Chair Felder here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could put the flag up, please.
There you go.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, just as a reminder for any of the public that may be attending tonight, you can reach us with public comment through the Zoom link, or you can also use a regular phone, or you can email us. And emails have to be received by the time the agenda item is completed to be entered into the record. If you need any, if you wish to speak during an item that's on the agenda, you use the raise hand feature on the Zoom controls, and then they will admit you to be able to speak. With that, we will move along to comments from the public.
Yes, so there's no written comments that have been received since the meeting started. And I'll check and see if anyone's hand is raised. And no one's hands are raised, so there's no public comment.
Okay, just a couple other items for bookkeeping. No new items will be heard by the Planning Commission after 10 o'clock unless by the Commission by majority vote specifically decides to continue to review items. If a special meeting is necessary, potential dates will be established for at the close of the meeting. Any decision reached by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the City Council. Appeals must be filed with the City Clerk within 15 calendar days following the Planning Commission's decision, unless the 15th day falls on a weekend or holiday, in which case the appeal period ends at the close of the next working day. Appeals must be made in writing, clearly state the reason, and we'll set for a hearing with the City Council. With that, we'll do the review and acceptance of the agenda. Does anybody have any changes or to the agenda, or additions or deletions? Seeing none, we will accept the agenda as is. Late correspondence.
Yes, we had a slew of late correspondence come in, and it has been posted to the website. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just received another letter that I'm forwarding to Christina to add a minute ago.
Okay, we'll make sure she gets that
Thanks.
uploaded.
With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And all items listed on the consent calendar considered to be routine will be acted on by a single motion. No separate discussion unless members of the Planning Commission, staff, or public request items to be removed. The only item on the consent calendar tonight is the minutes from the meeting of October 8th. So does anyone care to remove those minutes? Seeing none, anyone from the public?
No?
Seeing
No
none,
comments.
I will ask for a motion to approve.
I'll make a
So
motion
moved.
to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wellander.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. And at this point, I
How
would
about
just like,
Chair Felder?
sorry, Chair Felder, I'm so sorry. So
Yes,
Chair Felder, yes, the motion passes
Thank you.
unanimously. So I'm going to pause here just for a moment before we get started on the next item, if you don't mind. Hold
All
on.
right.
Thank you. I apologize for that. You can move forward now. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the public hearings. The first item is 8.1 is the discussion and possible action to approve a use permit and design review applications of Robert Wilson to allow a live-work unit located at 588 First Street West, including action to approve category exemption. And with that, we will move on to a staff report from Wendy.
Thank you, Chair Felder and members of the commission. This is an application for use permit and design review to allow a live-work unit at 588 First Street West. The property is located on the southeast corner of First Street West and McDonald Street. It's located in the downtown's planning area. The property zone commercial. It's in the historic overlay zone.
Yes.
And the property is also designated commercial by the general plan. And this designation is intended to provide areas for retail, hotel, service, medical, and office development in association with apartments and mixed-use developments and necessary public improvements. The project involves changing the use of the 1,050 square foot commercial building to a live-work facility consisting of a hair salon and 164 square feet and an 886 square foot residence. So external modifications consist of replacing a window with a door and a door with a window on the rear elevation. For projects that are subject to discretionary review by the Planning Commission and the Design Review Commission, the Design Review Commission is responsible for reviewing the elevation concepts, details and materials and landscaping and lighting and making a recommendation to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission review consists of site plan, building massing, and all of the details the Design Review Commission looked at. And the project is consistent with all development code requirements. So there are certain findings that the Planning Commission would need to make in order to approve the application. There are design review findings and use permit findings. And staff recommends the Planning Commission approve a resolution authorizing the use permit and design review applications, subject to findings and conditions of approval. Thank you.
Wendy, has this been before Design Review Commission?
It has been, yes.
And did they recommend approval?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. Other questions of the staff?
Yes.
Larry?
I note that there's a letter from a neighbor pertaining to the existence of a gate that apparently requires egress across the neighbor's property. And so has staff reviewed this situation and made any recommendations to the applicant?
Yes, I've been in touch with the applicant and he's going to be constructing a new fence and he will be available to talk about the issue when he is allowed to speak.
Okay, did his proposal satisfy the staff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. And is the applicant available to speak?
He is, and Robert, you should be able to speak now.
Should I just speak or do I have to raise my hand?
You can just speak.
Okay, great. Just to answer Larry's question, I immediately put a lock on that auxiliary gate that we occasionally used over the years for taking trash cans out. And we do plan on putting up a new fence. It's 15 plus years old. So that would be completely eliminated when we put up a new fence. No problem at all. Regarding that piece of the puzzle. If you'd like me to speak on why we're doing this, there's multiple reasons, COVID being one of them, in all honesty. It has severely impacted my wife's business. We feel it's a safer approach to still her having a business, yet us being able to, in our empty nest years, living in a smaller environment. Directly across the street at the Taub Apartments there, I believe there are 8 live work, and 1 block down there are the Sonoma Lofts, I think they're called, the old Boys and Girls Club, that are also live work. So we feel it's keeping in the spirit of the neighborhood. All of the owners in the area that I could speak to, one wrote a letter. He was in complete acceptance of it and happy for us to do that. Who is John, all of a sudden I'm forgetting his last name. I think it's Mario Murphy. Anyway, that owns the 3 properties to the north of us on the same side of the street. Yeah, and we're open to whatever it takes to make this work for planning.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant from the commission? Is there anyone else? Seeing none, is there anyone else from the public that cares to speak? Wendy, do you see anybody from the public that cares to speak? You're muted.
Christina, I see you'll need to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me check here. There is a Chris that would like to speak. Just a moment. Chris?
He's muted, or
Okay.
she.
Excuse me.
Chris, you're on the screen now, but you have to unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I didn't raise my hand to speak on this, so sorry.
Oh,
Or just-
excuse me.
All right. Thank you then.
Of course.
Anyone else from the public?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment section, bring it back to the commission for discussion, possible action. Anyone care to speak on it? Go ahead, Commissioner Barbos.
I am totally in favor of this project. I think it's a great example of creation of a live work space out of a previously 100% commercial space. It's consistent with not only the zoning and the applicable regulations, but the character of the neighborhood. So I'm in favor of it.
Anyone else care to speak on it? Go ahead, Commissioner Barnett.
Well, I would just say that I'm always pleased to see downtown residences created that are walkable to shopping and the park and all the amenities of the plaza and near the markets nearby. And I would like to see more of this. This is exactly, I think, the kind of multi-use that commercial properties can contain and should contain in the future. And so I'm completely delighted with this proposal.
Friends wasn't right word.
Any other comments? Otherwise, I'll accept a motion.
I'll move for the approval of the application to allow a live work unit located at 588 First Street West.
And does that include approving a resolution?
It sure does.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Steve. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
and Chair Felder.
Yes,
The motion is unanimously approved.
thank you. Good luck on the project, Robert.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move along to the next item in the public hearing is a discussion and possible action to approve a use permit, 2 variances, design review, landscape, and sign applications of Paseo West.
They're my friends. I just need people I know.
And this includes a use permit. We have somebody
Well,
talking
and
in the
everyone
background.
was in favor of it. They all said they were in the first place.
Wendy, can you mute Robert?
Robert, you need to
To stop
leave the meeting or mute yourself.
Christina, you're the host of the meeting. Can you
Oh.
please mute Robert? Thank you.
Yes.
So the applications are the following: a use permit to construct an overheight wall, a variance to fence height standards allowing an additional 2.5 feet for a fence, a variance for the front setback requirements allowing a trellis to be located 5 feet from the front property line, design review for exterior modifications to a commercial building, a landscape plan, and a sign application for a new freestanding sign located at 865, 867, and 875 West Napa Street, including categorical exemptions. And with that, we'll go to a staff report from Wendy, please.
Oh,
Thank you, Chair Felder and members of the commission. The project is located on West Napa Street in between 7th Street West and Sonoma Highway. It's in the West Napa Street, Sonoma Highway corridor, the property zone commercial. And this, designation is intended to provide areas for retail, hotel, service, medical, and office development in association with apartments and mixed-use development. In September of this year, the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission recommended the Planning Commission approve the design review, landscape, and sign applications. In addition, the commission also recommended the Planning Commission approve the variances for the terrace and the wall height. The site work consists of constructing a 6-foot high stucco privacy wall on the north side of the buildings facing West Napa Street. 3 timber canopy structures will be constructed on the north sides of buildings 1 and 2 and in the Paseo space between the 2 buildings. And staff would note that the trellis structures will not exceed a height of 16 feet and they'll be located 5 feet from the property line. And this is a change from the staff report that indicated they would be 5.5 feet back. The structures would be roofed with a metal and clear fiberglass corrugated roofing material. The patio areas on the north side of buildings 1 and 2 in the Paseo will be constructed of a natural decomposed granite. And access will be provided from West Napa Street and the existing rear parking lot into the Paseo by broad steps and an approved ADA accessible ramp. Planters will be constructed along the west side of building number 2 on both sides of the existing driveway. A covered trash enclosure will be constructed of stucco concrete block walls on the west side of the property behind building number 2. Exterior lighting will be shielded LED fixtures provided at the entries to the building to prevent glare to the surrounding neighborhood. And new signage will be provided near the northwest corner of building 2 along West Napa Street. With regard to building 1 and building 2, the remodels will consist of replacement storefront windows and doors. They'll be installed on the north side of both buildings. Along the east and west sides of the Paseo, replacement storefront windows and doors will be installed. The dormer roof element above the entrances along the Paseo will feature shed dormers to provide the height necessary to accommodate the new entry doors and side lights. And 2 new window openings will be created on the west side of building number 1 along the Paseo and will be infilled with glass block. The existing window openings on the east side of building number 2 along the Paseo will be filled in with glass block. And the exterior walls of both buildings will be clad in board and batt wood siding. New GAF timberline composition roofing shingles will be installed on the roofs of both buildings in the trash enclosure. 6 new skylights will be installed on the roof of building number 2. And the HVAC equipment will be screened from view on the roofs of both buildings. With regard to exterior colors, the body of building number 1 and the trash enclosure will be painted Sherwin-Williams Acre. The body of number 2 will be painted Sherwin-Williams Sand Beach. The doors, window trim, and gutters of both buildings will be painted Sherwin-Williams Gauntlet Gray. The roof eave, fascia, soffit, and brace color will be painted Sherwin-Williams Tricon Black. And the timber frame and trash enclosure beams stain color is Sherwin-Williams Covered Bridge. A total of 101 new lighting fixtures will be proposed. The applicant is proposing to illuminate the fixtures from sunset to 12 a.m., 7 days a week, and normal business hours will be from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. A landscape plan has been provided. However, the water budget calculations have not been submitted to demonstrate compliance with the water efficient landscape ordinance. And so staff is requesting that this commission include a condition of approval that states that water efficient landscape ordinance calculations consistent with the water efficient landscape ordinance shall be reviewed and approved by staff prior to issuing building permits. A new 2-sided illuminated monument sign, 21 square feet in area, is proposed. It'll be set back 6 feet from the sidewalk and feature painted plywood face with PTDF flat frame at the borders. Copy will consist of black lettering on a beige background, and it will be mounted on a black or brown stained timber frame. The maximum height is 9 feet 7 inches, and illumination is proposed in the form of interior illumination, and the sign would be illuminated from sunset until 12 a.m. And here's a picture of what the sign would look like. And for projects that are subject to discretionary review by the Planning Commission and the Design Review Commission, the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission shall be responsible for reviewing the project elevation concepts, elevation details, materials, landscaping, and lighting, and making a recommendation to the Planning Commission. And then subsequent review by the Planning Commission consists of the site plan, the building massing, and the information that was reviewed by the Design Review Commission. With regard to development code consistency, the existing structures on the property are consistent with the development code requirements. The proposed trellises in front of buildings 1 and 2 are not consistent with the setback requirements, and a variance is required. And the proposed wall is not consistent with the fence height standards. Any use permit and variance are required. So there are certain findings that this commission must make in order to approve this application. They consist of design review findings, sign findings, and use permit findings, and they were all included in the staff report. Also variance findings. So staff's recommending that the Planning Commission approve the design review application, variance applications, and use permit applications, and landscape plan, subject to findings and modified conditions of approval. So condition of approval number 6 would be changed to read the trellises shall be set back at least 5 feet from the front north property line. And as I previously mentioned, staff would like to add a condition of approval that water efficient landscape ordinance calculations consistent with the water efficient landscape ordinance shall be reviewed and approved by staff prior to issuing the building permits. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Mr. Wellender?
A couple items. I'm a little bit perplexed on the design, which will include, I believe, a review of massing, but on sheet A 3.2, those very prominent timber trellises says clearly on the drawing designed by others, which leads some ambiguity as to what we're looking at. So I would like clarity on that. And then the second item regarding the signage, the site sign, I believe staff had mentioned that it's going to be internally illuminated, and yet the report says that there's going to be one downlight on it. So I just wanted to get clarity on those two items, please.
Okay, sure. So let me go back to the sign. Yes, the sign is proposed to be externally illuminated. I apologize for that, but you can clearly see this gooseneck external lamp. So I apologize for that. And the trellises are going to be constructed by a separate contractor who has specialty in developing these types of trellises. And I'm sure the applicant can provide you more information about that when they are allowed to speak.
Okay.
Commissioner Rebos?
Wendy, did the design of the trellises get modified from what we see in the elevations were shown?
No,
I thought there was some mention that the height of them was brought down along the center in some way, or no change?
perhaps that was from a previous review from back in 2017.
Okay, so what we're seeing there in terms of the elevations we're being shown is actually what is being proposed to be built
Yes,
for the trellises?
yes.
Okay, and is the massing of those trellises something that we're dealing with tonight?
Yes.
I have a question.
Commissioner Kelsall Barnett?
Thank you, Chair Felder. Wendy, can you relay what some of the discussion at design review was about the privacy walls? I mean, typically on a main thoroughfare like that, the goal of the code is not to, create privacy walls and private space right on a the front yard, front street. Was there any concern about that?
Yeah, so this property is special in that it's got this old Caltrans dedication of 15 feet between the road and where their property line starts. And the wall is actually proposed to be in the Caltrans right-of-way area. But it didn't appear to staff that if you were a pedestrian walking down the street that you'd feel boxed in walking along that wall.
Will there be someone from, a representative of the property that we can ask questions?
Yes.
You're okay. Because I guess my question would be, and we can talk about this later, but I guess the question is, a privacy wall could be appropriate depending on what is there. And from what I understand, this is sort of a speculative application. We don't know what's going to be there. And so I guess the question we have to consider is, do we want to allow privacy walls on a main road here where typically our code and just sort of the general view is we don't want to build walls right on the street. But depending on what's there, maybe that's something we need to consider. But if we don't know what's going to be in there and it's all speculative, you sort of see what my point is. It's sort of difficult. Like, why do they need a privacy wall? We don't, like, what's going to be there? We don't know. And so that's the question I would ask. And then another question I would just sort of bring up just in general is, I approved, as part of the design review commission, a project here, and I haven't been on design review commission for over 3 years. And so I guess my question is, what is going on here? I mean, we approved a whole design concept for this property in 2017, and it was never delivered. And so I guess my main concern is, or my main question is why? And do we have any sort of faith that what we approve tonight is going to be delivered? If we approve anything tonight. So that's just the general comment.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Thank you. Follow-up comment to Commissioner Barnett's question about the privacy wall. Since that is in the Caltrans space, do we, as the Planning Commission, actually have the authority to approve a variance on the height of that wall, or is that something that Caltrans has to be approving?
So the Planning Commission can approve the wall. They will also need an encroachment permit from Caltrans, which they have received.
Oh, okay, they've already received that permit. Okay, the other question is really minor, but the exterior lighting, you mentioned 101 exterior lights, and in the report it said 107. I just want to make sure we get that number right.
Oh. I'll have to look into that. Let me
Okay,
take a look.
thanks.
Commissioner
Chair Felder.
Barnett?
There's reference been made to a landscape plan that includes some London plane trees. I'm unclear. I've gone through these renderings, and I don't see, at least I haven't been able to ascertain where these London plane trees are going to be located. And Ron, you may chime in here. My recollection is that London plane trees can be problematic in terms of lifting because of surface roots. Am I recalling those correctly, or am I fusing them with a different tree?
It depends somewhat on the site conditions and the soil conditions, soil types. As I look at the landscape drawing, the two plane trees are in the landscape peninsulas that separate kind of what I would call the north small section of the parking lot to the larger expansive parking lot to the south. And I believe that if the London planes are planted correctly, irrigated properly, and then most importantly, maintained in terms of water management, they can be a very successful and appropriate tree. Right across the street, Wine Country, it used to be referred to as Wine Country House. The street trees there are London plane trees, and it's been a while since I've walked this site as to whether or not they're doing any lifting, but they can be a successful tree depending upon how it's executed.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff? Seeing none, is the applicant available to participate and give us a discussion? Wendy or Christina?
Yes, the applicant is available. Just a moment.
So I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to speak.
So if there's anyone on the line other than Victor Conforti that is part of this team, please raise your hand so we can promote you to a panelist.
I have a question.
Yes.
We're just asking for
Wait,
applicant to speak first and then get other people from the public. I don't know who Rob is.
Rob is a 56-year citizen of this city and trying to figure out how you guys are working this stuff. I have a question about coming in late. I don't even see what we're even talking about. There should be a site map up.
Well, if you will
Yeah, I
Be
did.
patient. We will let the applicant describe the project, and maybe that will help answer your question. So we'll
Okay.
turn it over to the applicant first, and then we will open it to the rest of the public.
Okay.
Christina, can you promote
Yes.
Victor Conforti?
Yes,
Vic, are you there?
Yes.
yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm connected there. Okay.
Yes.
And you have the video as well there.
No, not yet, Victor, just a moment. Well,
Yes.
if you could just stand by for just a moment.
Promote to panelists. I guess. I just promote. Panelists.
And then say, start video.
Okay. There you go.
All right. Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Just let me give a brief overview of the project, and then I'll answer some of the questions that came up earlier. The project is, as you can see, a major remodel of the buildings. Their footprint and dimensions and other sort of massing is identical to what's out there, except we're adding some framing onto the roofs, because they have a roof that has no insulation or space for insulation. So we're going to be adding some rafters to the existing roof structure, but the form and the pitch and the massing of the building will be what the existing one is. We're proposing to cover the concrete block. All the exterior walls are concrete block, and we're proposing to cover that with wood siding, board and bat siding, and new roofing and other new materials, as Wendy mentioned in the staff report. The question about the timber canopy structures, they're fully designed and are being built by a specialty timber company, and they do the engineering design, this specialist, and that's what was being referred to, I think, with the engineering design is by others. So the height and the shape and the configuration of the rafters and bracing and all of it is what's shown in the rendering. So and I guess there was another question, if you could remind me.
One about the privacy walls.
Oh, the privacy walls, yes. The application is based on finding a tenant for the restaurant that the building number 2, the West building. And so that was the intent of the privacy walls, was to provide for a patio space similar to what had been there before, out in front of the buildings. Also, the wall has two advantages we have here. It's set back 9.5 feet from the back of sidewalk, so there's a generous space for landscaping. And there is also a 18-inch high planter that sort of reduces the effect of the wall, because it steps up onto the wall. And the material is a concrete block with a stucco finish. And as you can see on the elevations, they're design elements that are square elements that are added to the walls, so you have some architectural features. The wall returns with steps that are going down into the Paseo and the patio area. It's about an 18-inch drop from the sidewalk the walk coming off the sidewalk down into the into the Paseo and the patio areas. So the effect to the wall will be, diminished in that regard. But the main purpose of the privacy was the patio use with a restaurant use. The owner doesn't have a restaurant tenant. So, but that's the plan is to find a tenant for that space.
How about in front of building 1?
Well, the part of the two things. One, the restaurant would be able to use the entire space as outdoor seating, and that's part of the concept. So there had been a wine tasting use there, and that's another reason for patio space.
Mr. Chair, if you could, while Mr. Conforti is still there, perhaps ask him about the prior entitlements and perhaps their expiration, and then also the likelihood that this particular entitlement will be exercised within a year. And I believe that was the question from Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
The history is back in 2017, I think, when it was first submitted, and it went through design review. The use that was in there, of course, was terminated when the building was purchased and the remodel project was proposed. It was I wasn't involved in the project at that point. I became involved first of this year to help bring everything together. So I'm not that familiar with the approvals from before, but it's my understanding that it had design review approvals. Well, I know that it did, and was actually there was a building permit application also on file, but that didn't, as Barnett or as Kelso mentioned, it was never, no construction was done. There was some demolition done on both buildings, mainly the building number 1 on the interior, and some of the fencing that was in front of the building was removed, and some other minor things of that nature. So,
Was it fair to make the assumption that all the previous entitlements have expired then?
You want me to answer that then?
Well, I'm asking our planning director.
Okay.
I'll answer for him. They
Okay,
have expired.
thank you.
Yeah, that was my
We
my
should-
conclusion as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Yeah. So first of all, as I mentioned earlier, I approved an earlier version of this proposal in 2017. As Vic just mentioned, there's been some changes. I'm actually very excited that he's part of the process now. I think this is much better than what was presented to us in 2017. So with that said, I guess my question about the privacy wall is just about what's going to be there. And I think everyone here knows that this was discussed as a potential location for a cannabis dispensary. And I don't know if that's part of this discussion, but I guess my question about the privacy wall is related to that. If this were to become a cannabis dispensary, I personally wouldn't want that patio or some sort of enclosed space to become sort of some outdoor area where people partake in what's being sold there. And so to the extent that, and I don't even know if that's legal under our cannabis ordinance, so perhaps one of the planning staff can say whether that's legal or not, but regardless, my concern about the privacy wall is just related to, I think typically when we approve variances or we approve things that are out of the ordinary and not in line with our code or what we want to see on main arterials, which is not privacy walls, you sort of need to know what's going to go in there. And so you can sort of balance that. And so in this unique circumstance, perhaps a privacy wall is necessary, but in this situation, we don't know what's going in there. And it's a sort of a speculative application. And so that's my only issue on this project. I'm not against the privacy walls. I would just like to know sort of, it would make the process easier for me to approve a privacy wall if I knew a privacy wall was needed because of a potential tenant. And so, and if it's a cannabis dispensary, perhaps we do need a privacy wall, or perhaps we don't need a privacy wall. It would just be much better to know, or it'd be easier to know what's going to go in there to evaluate whether we grant a variance on that. So those are my comments on that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll try to respond to that if I can. So tonight, your commission could approve the project, let's say, for example, without a privacy wall, as Commissioner Barnett has just said. At some point in the future, if that location is chosen site for a dispensary, let's say, your planning commission will be reviewing a use permit to allow a cannabis dispensary at that location, assuming that the city council has gone through its steps to authorize one at that location. And that way you could remove the privacy wall or add one, as the case may be.
And to your point, David, as the applicant and Vic has talked about that they want to put a restaurant in there. And so if it was going to be a restaurant, wouldn't they also need a use permit for a restaurant and seats and parking and all that? Or because a restaurant used to be there when I was a kid, I want to say this was the winemaker. And so it's been a restaurant before. Do they need a new restaurant use permit?
Yeah, my guess is if the zoning code requires it, then yes.
But the restaurant would not have been active for a year, so.
Correct, and it hasn't been. And so if they want a restaurant there, which they've said, they would have to come back anyway, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Chair?
Let me go with Commissioner Bohar first, and I'll get back to you.
Vic, I was looking at one of your site plans, and it indicates in the easterly building that it was perhaps retail wine tasting or a cafe. I'm assuming that's what you'd be looking for, or the owner would be looking for in terms of having the patio and so forth. That seems very likely to me too. And considering the fact that some kind of retail or cafe is likely to go in there, when you're out on leasing activity, I would think it'd be far more attractive to a tenant to see it as is. You can always take the wall out if there's some particular reason to do it, but it looks to me like it'd be quite attractive that way. It had privacy from the street, which I think it should have if it's customers out there eating and dining. And in general, I think it's a terrific looking project, particularly for that location, which was really an eyesore for a long, long time. I think that the design is interesting and it's fresh, and I think a great improvement over that location, frankly. Thank you.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments and questions. With regard to the privacy wall, I honestly think that if it were a restaurant, a 6-foot privacy wall in this location certainly would be advantageous in terms of reducing the traffic noise and the exposure to the street traffic. On the other hand, if I were the restaurant owner, I would probably want to encourage visibility from the street of a restaurant location with tables and umbrellas and people sitting on a patio so that it's more obvious as to what the use is. To me, to have the use restricted to the implications of a sign and to be otherwise have the activity of the property completely hidden, sort of from a marketing standpoint, to me, is questionable. I think when you see people gathered at tables eating, it's a message, immediate message that, hey, there's a place to eat, let's pull over and see what they've got. Whereas everything hidden behind a wall kind of makes that decision process a little different. I just throw that out there for consideration. The second question I've got is, I can't recall if in this section of Napa Street, there is a center turn lane. is there a center turn lane in this portion of Highway 12? Because I know it gets a little goofy as you get to Staples, and maybe there is that center turn lane, but this is kind of a, obviously people going west who might want to go to the restaurant are going to need to be able to get in a center turn lane to get across to get into that driveway. And then my third comment has to do with the trellis. What is the height of the highest point of the trellised element? Do we know?
I could maybe help there.
Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay, it's a 17'6" is the ridge on the highest verge or highest of the canopies. No.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's not excessively high. I guess from the standpoint of my view of these renderings, this trellis system, which looks very fat and bulky and dominant to me, is really going to be what's presented in terms of the structure of the building, in terms of dominating what's seen. It just strikes me as quite complex, at least in looking at the renderings, which are very nicely done. And I think the basic design of the buildings is very attractive. My concern is that these trellises are going to dominate everything. That now maybe it's just a function of my looking at the elevations, the renderings as they've been provided, but I'm just hoping that that's the impression, that the impression of the buildings isn't essentially so totally dominated by the presence of this trellis structure that people can't take in the rest of it. That's all. I mean, I think the front wall and the landscaping and all of the rest of it will create a very positive impression in terms of its street presence. But I can't recall any other trellised structure in town that's quite as dominant as this. Maybe someone else can think of one, but I don't know of any.
Larry, I could comment on that.
Yes, please.
The goal was to have these timber canopies a major focal point of the front elevation and experience driving down Napa Street to create some emphasis where there is currently, very low height buildings with very little presence. And so this was a technique to get interesting structural timber forms and out in view, so that as you're coming down the street, you do notice those as the dominant feature.
Is there going to be additional signage to this one large monument sign? In other words, you've got a restaurant in one building and a tasting room in another and a retail shop. Are they going to have separate signage associated with those businesses?
It's not being proposed. We would just use the sign that's available to indicate the Paseo. That's sort of like a single commercial.
Well, I'll go back to my original comment, which is that I'm just and we don't know who the tenant's going to be here, but I'm afraid that with the privacy wall and a single monument sign, which essentially identifies the building complex as opposed to businesses themselves, the fact that it's a restaurant may become almost too hidden. And so I just throw it out there as a suggestion.
Right.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Vic, I have one question. I actually do trust people more than Commissioner Larry Barnett to be able to find restaurants. It was the community cafe, it was the wine annex, I could find it, no problem. My question, and it's really minor, but on the renderings, it looks like there's only a one-way entrance in off Napa Street. And I like that because otherwise I worry about the sign blocking the view as you're trying to get out. So I just want to confirm that that is indeed the plan, that it's just one way in off Napa Street and the exit would be out the back.
Yes, that's the plan, with the widening of that allowed us to widen the landscapes on both sides of the driveway, but it is a single one-way driveway into the off of Napa Street.
Great. And then the parking plan, I realize that there's a big issue about parking space number 15 and some potential safety hazards when they're backing out of that spot. Was there any further dialogue on that? Any resolution on what would happen with that?
Yes, there was. In working with Wendy, we discussed the idea of keeping the landscaping that would possibly obstruct, someone coming in on the driveway to see a car and their brake lights, and that would be in that space. So that's part of the condition of approval, to have landscaping that does not block someone coming in the driveway from clearly seeing that car and its tail lights and brake lights. So backing lights that would help with that. There's quite a bit of space there also, so
Okay.
more than normal.
I really like the timber canopies. I think they remind me, because I live on a farm, they remind me of a barn structure, and it's kind of an homage to Sonoma's agricultural roots. So I actually really like that. I also like the flexibility that it gives of having a lot more outdoor space, as well as just interior space, and not having the future of tent problems. So I'm a big fan of the timber canopies. All right, thank you.
Other questions go ahead, Commissioner Bartos.
Yeah, one question is just where we are procedurally. It seemed like we were morphing over to commissioner comments, but we'll come back to that, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
We're trying to limit it to questions of the applicant at this point.
Or staff. And now on space number 15, is that needed to meet parking requirements? Or could it, if it was eliminated, would there be any shortage of required parking?
It can be eliminated and they'd still meet their parking requirement.
It could be eliminated, you meet the parking. Okay. And in terms of signage for future businesses, I share the concerns that were expressed, and I had assumed that in addition to the Paseo West sign, if somebody's going to invest all the money that they would have to put into a restaurant at this location, that they would want signage that advertise the name and their restaurant. Are they going to be able to do that? Have their own signage?
Yes, it will be subject to a sign application that may be able to be reviewed administratively or may require review by the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay. And it's also my understanding, and maybe either Vic or staff can address this, that the early discussions about this use of this space as a cannabis dispensary dated back to the time when John Early was the owner or one of the owner group for this property, and that the subsequent owners did not pursue that. Am I correct in that?
Yes, the John Early is no longer part of the ownership team, and I guess the current ordinance of the city, and now that the ballot measure failed, I guess we just have one retail spot. So I think that's been given up, the concept of doing that here.
Okay.
Other questions of the applicant?
all I would say to that is, Vic is right. Currently, the process allows, if the city council decides to move forward with their ordinance, it allows for one dispensary, but I don't, they don't know where that's going to be currently, it sounds like. So it sounds like this is still a potential option for a cannabis dispensary.
Well, there's some proposed agenda items for city council that are going to discuss this if they get added to the agenda.
Right.
Is, Wendy, did the owner, Dave Jefferson, is he attending the meeting? I talked with him.
His name coming up. If he is on the Zoom call, he could raise his hand and I would know that it was him, but I don't see his name. I don't see him raising his hand. I don't see him on the call.
If there's no further questions of the applicant, I'm going to open it to the rest of the public for public comment.
I think Commissioner Wellender has a question.
Please, if I could follow up a couple items for clarity.
Your mic's off.
Okay, what is the proposed height of the privacy wall, please?
It's 6 feet.
And at what point is that being taken? Is that at the city sidewalk? Is that inside? Where is the height being established?
It's measured from the sidewalk.
From the sidewalk. And am I reading the drawings correctly that it says you have 3 risers going down? So in essence, when you're in those lower patios, you're actually going to be having a wall that's 7'6"?
Yes, however, the actual 6 foot height is at the westerly end of the frontage there, next to the driveway. As you come in the driveway, the street and the sidewalk slope slightly. So in the middle of the property near the entrance walkway, it's actually 5 feet there. So it's
so the net on that would
sloping.
be, so the net inside the patio areas that you would be sitting there, the privacy wall would be then 6'6", if you're telling me that it's only a 5 foot wall?
Yes.
Okay. This may not be under my review, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Seems a little bit, pressure treated lumber for a project sign seems a little bit unusual. Is that the quality of signage that this project is proposing?
Well, I agree with you. I think it could be something a little higher grade of timber that would not have the texture that you see on it. It's going to be stained, but still, I agree with you. It could be a better material.
And then this may be, I guess, more of a comment and then a question, but I do also recognize and appreciate the timber structures and the fact that they are going to be visually very significant to this project. I am disappointed, though, that there is a lack of detail on them because although the configuration and the massing may be what is intended, there's an opportunity to really make a nice architectural statement. And right now, it's lacking any detail. So that's my comment.
Yeah, just a response. The structures are simple in the sort of this barn rustic feeling. And as Sheila mentioned, that the board and bat siding is consistent with that, and the character and the form is rural and barn-like. So.
Well, and I guess where I'm coming from too is I know that an easy way to build structures is with Simpson strong ties, galvanized ties that don't exactly evoke a craft. So that's where I would love to have seen more details. But this is not design review, but those are my comments.
Well, no, those are good comments. The timber construction company uses very sophisticated joinery and also their concealed connection.
Great. That's what I was hoping to hear. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll go back to opening it up to the rest of the public for any comments, if anyone from the public cares to speak.
No public comment.
Oh, Christina, I see
Yes.
that a gentleman named Rob has his hand raised.
Oh, do you? Okay,
Rob.
let me see. Just a moment.
Hello, this is
Hello.
Rob. Thank you. First
Can
and
you
foremost,
please state your name and address for the record?
my name is Rob McElroy. I've lived here for, Jesus, what is it? 54 years, okay? My address is Leveroni Road right now. I lost the property on Nicole Lane. And just by listening to you all, I figured out where you were talking about. My problem is right now, I tuned in for a meeting that you'll be picking up a little bit later at the lodge, apparently. But I got to tell you, it was very unfriendly getting into the meeting. And number two, finding out where you're talking about. I don't see any plans. I see no description. I see nothing. So as a member of the public, you guys all know what you're talking about because you're looking at a set of paper plans there on your left. So for me, I'm not looking at this all, but I do know the community cafe. And if you're going to put a restaurant in there, that wall should be no taller than 4 feet. Like Mr. Barnett said, you need to invite the public in. If you can't figure that out, I'm sorry, a big block wall is not going to work in that area. And the other thing too, you should have a traffic plan up on here. Not only should you have a site plan, you should have a traffic plan to say where that turn lane ends in the new neighborhood to the right where the old lumberyard used to be. But you guys don't have that on there either. So as a member of the public, how am I supposed to know what the hell you guys are talking about and visualize and put in a proper comment? The only reason I can put in a proper comment is because I'm a builder and I've lived here since I was in diapers. So the problem is your presentation to the public is inappropriate and unprepared, and I'm sorry, it is completely irrelevant. You guys are not doing your jobs. So if you want public review, you got to show the public what you're trying to sell. Or do you care? Is my question. Right now, I understand.
Just to clarify, everything that we are looking at was available to the public last week on the city website.
He's been muted somehow.
Oh,
Okay.
that was,
Oh,
Don't mute
No.
him. Let him keep talking.
Excuse me.
Don't mute him.
He's muted again.
oh. He was there.
No, now he's muted again.
I would make sure he has his full time.
Maybe he muted himself, you know.
Possible.
It keeps flipping on and off.
But if he's still on, he can hear.
Hopefully.
Jesus. What is the problem with this application?
You're back. You're back.
Again. Thank you.
Oh, it did?
Hey,
Wow.
Sure.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
did you hear my
Thank you.
comment that all of the materials were available on the city website and they posted last Friday?
But I'm going to tell you straight up. I tuned in for a different meeting, but I'm sitting here watching my public government discuss something with no details. I'm sorry. We have owner
I'm
architect.
trying to tell you the detail was put out last week for the public to view.
That's
Whether
fine.
you viewed it or
But
not,
if I wasn't on last week and I'm on for a different subject, but I'm still a citizen of this town, you should be showing what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying is, give me it. This is an owner, architect, contractor meeting, essentially. The forefront construction meeting. I'm a licensed general contractor and a commercial superintendent. This is what I do. I'm on here for the generator, but the bottom line is the public doesn't understand what you're talking about. All of a sudden they tune in. You need to put context in. And I'm telling you, Mr. Barnett was right about lowering that wall. You want to invite people to a restaurant, show the restaurant. Put it, if you want to do a sloping wall from the front and bring it down to a 4-foot level, showing the people having a nice meal, do that. But the other thing you should be doing right now, as a person that wasn't here last week, is show me what you're talking about. I have no concept of what you're talking
I
about.
tried to respond to you, and I'm sorry that you don't understand what I'm trying to say, but it is available. If you would,
Available right now, if he wants to look at the agenda, go to that agenda item and go to the attachments. The plans are right there.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm on a Zoom meeting and I keep touching the screen and it's not showing me any data input where I can pull up your information.
we recognize that the Zoom platform is extremely limiting for all of us, including the public, but it's the environment we have to live with, and we're doing the best we can.
You know, maybe you should try Teams meeting where you can show your computer screen and everything you're showing. We have Teams, there's multiple out there. And just to get to this Zoom meeting, because of the little green sheet I got in the mail, I'm telling you, we had to do a lot of work just to get on this meeting. And it's very, very, very unsatisfactory. I can't tell you any other way that this is not a good thing that you guys are doing right here. It's not. It needs to be easy, simple. Why should I go to YouTube? Am I going to be interactive on YouTube? No. The problem is you haven't made it easy. And with technology today, it should be simple for an old grandma out there in the neighborhoods out there, Watlawn and Arnold Drive, to do it. But you haven't made it easy.
You've made your point. We understand where you're coming from, and I'm going to have to ask you then to limit your conversation at this point.
Limit my conversation. Great. Without
All right. Is anybody else from the public care to speak?
Yep. Typical.
Okay.
You're done.
He came for a later item on the agenda.
We've muted Rob. Chair Felder, you can move on.
All right. There's no other people from the public care to speak? Christina or Wendy, is anybody from the public care to speak?
You're
Yes.
muted.
Yes,
Christina.
yes. We're looking and we'll be right back with you. Can I go to you?
Christina Morris, you're still muted.
I-
Yeah, I don't see any public comment. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna close the public portion of this item and bring it back to the Planning Commission for further discussion and possible action. Commissioner Barbos.
I have comments on a couple of things. First, in terms of the privacy wall, I was a customer of the community cafe. They had outside dining. It was behind a fence or a wall, which has since been demolished. If you want a restaurant there, and have outside eating, you absolutely need a wall. You're sitting on a very busy traffic intersection, and I can't imagine that they're going to have much luck finding a restaurant tenant without an adequate outdoor space, which is a major feature of this property, the way it's being developed with the trellises and all the outdoor area. So I'm in favor of leaving the walls in. I don't think they're, 5 feet above the patio street side, I guess it's 6.5 feet inside, doesn't seem too high to me. You'll still see umbrellas sticking up. You'll get a sense of what's going on in there. And certainly if a restaurant can put up its own signage, which they would have to do, that would alert people to what's going on further than seeing umbrellas. The other thing, other thoughts I have is that space number 15 is, I heard the part about the brake lights, but if it's not needed, it shouldn't be there. It's really hazardous. Somebody's backing out of that. We've got a lot of bad drivers in this town. Try going around the Sonoma Market parking lot or Whole Foods parking lot, you'll get a taste of what you're going to see there. So people are going to be turning in quickly because of the difficulties in getting into this place, and they're going to run into space 15 right off the bat. So I think we should lose that parking. And I guess in terms of if this did become a cannabis location, it does come back to us. We can make them take the wall down if that's part of it. But I don't think this is a prime, given the size of this space and such. It's not going to be a location that's attractive for that purpose, at least not this portion of it. But anyway, so I'm generally in favor of the project. I don't love those trellises the way others may. I feel like I get the idea that we're trying to create visual interest. I kind of share Ron's Wellender's view that they are architecturally not that interesting. And particularly that crisscrossy bracing on the one on the western side that is nearest building number 2, I find the crisscross detail very unattractive and visually cluttering. I just like to see something different, keeping the trellis concept, but something that was not so, well, that doesn't look like what it looks like in the drawings. So I guess those are my comments on the project. Generally, I'm in support the variances needed in the use permit.
Commissioner Bohar.
It seems to me, frankly, that a lot of the discussion regarding patios and other details are really part of the marketing responsibilities of the owners and the management. When tenants come in to look at a space, they're in the market, they're looking at a lot of different spaces, presumably whatever's available. And tenant improvements are negotiated. If a tenant wants the wall taken out, the tenant wants signage, all that's negotiated and put in the lease and done before the lease takes place. So I am not concerned at all about those details. The landlord is going to negotiate what he needs to do to get the right tenant in terms of the credit tenant and the use and so forth. So that doesn't really concern me. Looking at the bigger picture in this neighborhood, particularly let's just say the property to the west.
I'm sorry.
I hear something in the background. Somebody's sorry for me.
My phone book. I'm trying to get rid of all this stuff.
I think Wendy and Christina, you're not
Yeah.
muted.
No, they're muted. They're muted.
No, all phone calls. I don't want them.
You know, there are 2 attendees that are not muted, so perhaps we could mute those attendees, non-panelists.
Okay, may I continue?
Yes.
So looking at that locale, I'm down there a lot. The place next door has great tacos. However, it is not architecturally interesting. Neither are most of the places in that part of town. I think this architecture it's rustic. It's supposed to be that way. I think it fits the milieu of the town in that neighborhood. I think, frankly, it's very interesting and provocative, and it's going to be potentially kind of a signal that maybe some other people are going to come into that part of town and get rid of some of those old structures and make something architecturally interesting, which I think Vic Conforti has done a damn good job of. So I like the rustic nature. I think if something were more polished and finished, it would be way out of place in that neighborhood. I think it's entirely suitable, and I like it as it is, and I think it's a terrific opportunity to, as a spark plug to make something else happen in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett?
You're muted.
All right, I'm here. So about, obviously I was the one that brought up the privacy wall. I have no issue with the privacy wall in general, especially at this location. I just don't know if it's a great precedent to approve speculative variances. And that was my only point. And if we're operating under the assumption that this is going to be a restaurant or a cannabis dispensary, maybe they do need privacy walls. And to Commissioner Barbos's point, if there is a dispensary here or a restaurant, they are going to have to come back with a new use permit, and we can at that point decide to take out a privacy wall if we need to, or maybe we don't. And so that was just my point. I just wanted to talk about in general the sort of precedent of establishing or approving speculative variances. But to Commissioner Bohar's point, this is a unique part of town where perhaps those variances, that's why we have the variance process. I do believe, and I understand what Commissioner Bohar is saying in terms of the marketing process, having a privacy wall there as they go out and reach out and look for potential tenants could be a good thing. So I just wanted to have that discussion, and perhaps maybe the commission's okay with it, number one. Number two, in general, I am very supportive of this project. As I said, I approved an earlier iteration of this project in 2017. The fact that Vic is on board and the architect now, obviously he has designed many buildings in town and is the best at what he does. And so I'm very excited that he's involved in this. I think this is much better than 2017 as well. And I'm more than happy to support this project. The one thing I do want to bring up, and this is going to probably to many of you be a completely ridiculous, unnecessary point, but I'm going to make it. The font on the sign is horrible. It is papyrus. Saturday Night Live did a whole skit about this font, I just encourage you to watch this skit. It's sort of this font that is overused and just a very ugly, horrible font. And so I would strongly, and it's a small thing and maybe no one cares, but I would strongly encourage the applicant to change the font of the sign. That said, I've never supported the idea that design review or now planning commission is the taste police. If that's ultimately what the owner wants, and that's ultimately the font he wants to use, that's his right and that's fine. That said, I would strongly encourage a different font than papyrus, which is the sort of joked about, made fun of font for the last 15 years. And so I would strongly encourage you to change the font on the sign. Perhaps that will trigger some rebranding for the property, but ultimately I think that will be to the benefit of the property and any future tenant. But in general, I'm supportive of the project. I'm happy we're having the discussion about the privacy walls. To Commissioner Barbos's point again, that this is not the end all be all. Any future use here, whether restaurant or cannabis, is going to have to come back before us. And so if this is sort of the shot in the arm that we need for this building to get it going, I'm happy to support and vote for it again. And again, this is a unique part of town, that needs some TLC, and so I'm happy to support that. Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner
Yes.
Wellman? You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just did. Just for some clarity, I do support those timber trellises. I was just hoping to see more detailing, but the architect has reassured me that the special contractor who's doing the construction is going to make it more than a structure that's tied together with Simpson connectors. So that's a plus. I think that those trellises are going to be, without a doubt, the strongest visual. So I would support as much care and craft in those as possible. Regarding the privacy walls, I understand the applicant's comment about a slope. I did not realize the frontage on West Napa Street actually slopes that much. But having said that, I think there needs to be, I think the idea of a privacy wall is fine. I just think that there is value in finding the sweet spot, because there is value in blocking the sense of the traffic on Highway 12, but there's also a little bit of discomfort when you're sitting in a canyon or the walls are too tall. So, and I'm not advocating a specific height, just those comments. I support my fellow commissioner, Mr. Barbos's suggestion on eliminating parking lot 15. I always get a little bit squirmish when we're supposed to modify landscape to solve some sort of circulation issue. So if the required number of spaces can be met, which I believe there will still be 2 extra with the elimination of number 15, I strongly support eliminating 15. That's it for my comments. I do support the project.
Other Commissioner Larry Barnett?
I'm not going to repeat my concerns about the privacy wall, but if I had a restaurant, I'd want people to know that you could sit outside and eat, and I would want people driving by casually who are not familiar with the town of Sonoma, who are looking for a place to eat, be able to realize that they could pull in. I can say, as now a senior citizen driving down West Napa Street, going west, I can't tell you how many times I have missed driveways into those buildings along West Napa Street. I don't know exactly why it is, but I find it, perhaps it's the lack of regularity of the placement of the curb cut driveways in all these properties as you successively move from 5th Street West down to the curve. But I have repeatedly missed the turn into some of the businesses I've wanted to go into, and then had to go around the block and try it again. So I think that you're going to need a sign directing cars to the parking lot. It's going to have to say parking, because I think people are going to miss the turn. That's just my personal opinion, using West Napa Street as frequently as I do, and turning into those businesses. I think visibility is an issue, and not everyone who's going to this restaurant is going to know exactly where it is, particularly the first time, or if they're just passing through town. So otherwise, you know, my concerns about the timbers and all the rest of it are minor. Vic has done a lovely job. This will be a real enhancement in that part of town, and it needs an enhancement. In fact, probably the worst part about this project is on the western side, essentially being approached with the exposure of the car wash, the taco stand, as good as the tacos may be, and a lot of overgrown and pretty lousy looking vacant area in that whole area that's approaching this property. It's too bad that that's the way it is. But I hope that what Vic's come up with and the property owner's investment will stimulate an appreciation of the potential of this particular location in town.
Other comments, Sheila?
Great comments. I love the design as well. And a couple of things I would just want to mention. I agree. If we can remove space 15, I think that that's really a great thing to do. I don't see in the conditions of approval the requirement for the one-way driveway, and I might be missing it, but I just want to make sure that that is included in there so that whatever future use permit is approved in here, that we have that as a one-way driveway so that we don't get into that situation where people are trying to come in and out of there. And I'm not too concerned about us getting into the particulars on the papyrus font, but I now really want to watch that SNL skit. And so if we can avoid getting into the details of the font on the sign, I think that's best. But thank you, Vic. It is beautiful.
Anyone else? Well, I'm also in support of the project. I think, Vic, you're to be commended for coming up with something that's interesting and a little bit unusual for that end of town. And I think it will catch on. And I also agree that if parking space 15 is not needed, that it should be eliminated. But most of the rest of the comments, I like the general feel of what the design is, and so I would be, again, supportive of the project. I would ask for someone to make a motion if they're ready to do that.
Can I make a quick comment point?
Sure.
When we're talking about parking space 15 and potentially eliminating that, that's more than we can do that right now. But if they come back with a restaurant or a cannabis dispensary where parking is really, an important metric to consider, and they've already lost parking space 15 at that point, is that something we could discuss at that juncture?
Absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
David here. Absolutely. A use permit, everything's new.
Right.
So if you wanted to add spaces or even delete even more spaces toward the back, you could do that as well. Obviously, we want to make sure that there's the minimum required under the code. And in this case, we have more in excess. So eliminating them is fine.
But to verify whether it's a cannabis or a restaurant, we have to do another use permit on the same property. And the use permit we're being asked to consider tonight is just for an overheight fence.
Correct. And also that would also apply to a wine tasting use permit as well. And then following up on Commissioner O'Neill's question, this specific use permit is for this specific site plan. So they can only use that point of ingress and egress that they're showing on the site plan. But we could certainly, if it makes Commissioner O'Neill and the commissioners feel comfortable, we could add a condition. Perhaps Wendy can look at either modifying a condition to eliminate number 15, or we can create a net new condition that does two things: eliminates the parking space number 15, and also ensures that the driveway is for only ingress only, either from eastbound or westbound Napa. We could make a net new condition at the very end.
Thank you.
If I can't see everybody on the screen now, if there's no other comments, I would like to have someone make a motion.
I'll try to make a motion. I make a motion that we approve this resolution authorizing the use permit variance design review, landscape and sign application subject to finding and conditions of approval, with a couple of added conditions there. the water efficient landscaping, the elimination of space 15, and the one-way entrance off West Napa.
Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Is that from Commissioner Bohar?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Yes.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
and Chair Felder.
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, can I have 2 comments, please?
Yes.
This is for staff, and I know that I'm the Luddite, the Neanderthal, the one that insists on paper documents. But the landscape drawings that were part of the package, particularly the second sheet, was unreadable. And I would like to request that you not accept any drawings that are reproduced that are not readable. And my second comment is I had a earlier blonde moment and I forgot to charge my iPad. I may disappear, but I'll pop back up on my phone. So if you don't see me, that's what I will be fumbling around and doing.
So noted.
Can we have a 2-minute break?
We may have a 2-minute break. Let's call a recess and reconvene at 7:40.
That would be a small break, right?
I thought it was.
Soon as we have everybody kind of with us. I think we'd like to see Sheila yet, but I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Sheila will join us as soon as she gets back to the room. So the meeting is back in session. We're moving on to item 8.3, which is the discussion, consideration, possible action to approve a use permit amendment application of Knights Electric LLC to install a 500 kilowatt diesel emergency generator at the lodge at Sonoma located at 1325 Broadway, including action to approve a categorical exemption. And with that, who's going to give the staff report on this one? Is it you, Christina?
Yep, it is me. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
All right, please let me know if you don't see the slides changing. I had some issues last time. So the lodge is located at 1325 Broadway. All right, did that change?
Yes.
Yay, okay. So the project site is 9.48 acres. It currently supports the hotel, which is 154 rooms with conference space, 125 seat restaurant, and commercial space as well. The property has frontage on 3 streets. We have Broadway, Leveroni, and Clay Street. There's approximately 615 feet on Broadway, 270 on Leveroni, and 970 on Clay Street. Adjacent land uses to the north are residential with a medium density and mixed use zoning. To the south, we have Broadway Market, which is an unincorporated Sonoma County with county zoning. To the east, we have Traintown, which is, and Freeman Brothers, which are county zoning, and Freedman's is gateway commercial. To the west, we have residential development and medium density residential zoning. The project site is located in the Gateway District and is zoned gateway commercial. The density is 20 units per acre. The required setbacks are a 20-foot front and street side setback. So for the proposed project, we are along Clay Street, so the required setback is 20 feet. And the rear setback is 20 feet, but that's far from the project site. The applicant is proposing to install a new 500 kilowatt emergency diesel generator and 852 gallon fuel tank on site. It would power the hotel so they could continue operations at the hotel during power outages, both planned and unplanned. The generator is proposed to be installed approximately 2 to 3 feet from the existing masonry wall, which is about 4.5 feet from the northern property line. The site plan is really hard to read on at this scale. Here is a close-up of it. An elevation of the generator. The generator is proposed to be 12 feet tall. The exhaust pipe at the top would be 12 foot 8 inches. So the pipe would extend above the top of the generator. So noise in general in the city of Sonoma is regulated by Chapter 956 of the Municipal Code. We regulate noise by zoning districts. So for commercial properties, our zoning code states, let's see if I can, no person shall produce, suffer, or allow to be produced any machine, animal, or device, or by any other means, a noise level greater than 65 dBA intermittent or 55 dBA constant when measured on a commercial property unless specifically authorized by a use permit. Recently, the issue of generators has been a much bigger issue given the PSPS events. And as a result, on August 3rd, 2020, the Sonoma City Council approved amendments to our noise ordinance that address the need for emergency generators and the general noise produced from that type of equipment. So the ordinance allowed for backup generators to exceed the noise ordinance by 5 decibels. So the threshold that we're dealing with at this property, the generator is considered to be a constant source of noise when it is operating. And so 5 decibels over the 55 dBA standard would be 60 decibels. In order to demonstrate compliance with the noise ordinance, the applicant submitted an acoustical analysis, which evaluated noise levels at the closest property line. So it wasn't looking at neighbors or offsite, it was looking at what the sound was going to be at when it left the property. So the generator is located behind a 6-foot tall masonry wall. At some points, the wall is a little bit lower and has some trellising. I think it's 3.5 feet with trellising on the western side. But the noise report demonstrated that during operation, the hourly average noise level would meet our City of Sonoma noise standard. And the way that the noise reports are supposed to calculate noise is outlined in our noise ordinance. A standard condition of approval that we have been using for these generator projects is that the applicant is required to prepare and submit a noise report within 90 days of installation, demonstrating compliance with our noise ordinance. In the instance that noise from the generator exceeds the standard, the report shall make recommendations for noise attenuation measures to bring the equipment into compliance with our code. And that has been included in the conditions of approval. So below are the use permit findings of approval for the project. Number 1 is that the proposed use is consistent with the general plan and any specific plan. That the proposed use is allowed with a conditional use permit within the zoning district and complies with all applicable standards and regulations. 3 is that the location, size, design, and operating characteristics of the use are compatible with the existing and future land uses in the vicinity. And 4, that the proposed use will not impair the architectural integrity and character of the zoning district in which it is located. So there's a section in our staff report which discusses existing neighborhood conflicts between the lodge and the neighbors along Clay Street. There is a long history of ongoing issues between the hotel and the neighbors. And the primary issue with this project relates to the regular testing of the generator and the proximity of the generator being proposed to the neighbors. The conditions of approval that are currently in the staff report require that the generator be located 20 feet from the property line, where currently it's proposed to be 4.5 feet. The reason for that is the generator as proposed does not meet our height regulations for a detached accessory structure to be located within 5 feet of a property line. So typically equipment like this that we've looked at in similar circumstances has been allowed to be closer. This piece of equipment, because it is 12 feet tall, does not meet the city's 3-prong test for being located within 5 feet of the property line. So in order to be located 5 feet from the property line, a piece of equipment has to meet 3 tests. It can be no higher than 15 feet total at a point, I'm going to get this one wrong, 10 feet from the property line. It can be no taller than 12 feet. But the key one here is that the wall height cannot exceed 9 feet. And a wall height right now of the generator is 12 feet. So the setbacks for this generator need to comply with the standards for the primary use property, which is the hotel, which is 20 feet for a street side setback. So existing conditions of approval would require the location of the generator to be moved to ensure that it's 20 feet back. There's also a condition of approval that the generator be enclosed in a structure that would help facilitate that to ensure that the use would be compatible with the neighbors. So it's not just the noise standard that we're looking at, the testing and the threshold. It's how compatible is that ongoing use with this neighborhood. And staff's opinion is that putting it in an enclosure will ensure that it is consistent with the neighborhood. So here's the issues that I just identified: proximity of the neighbors, noise from the regular testing. So during the power outages from the city as a whole, we have gotten, my understanding from the police department is we've had no complaints during a power outage. The issue is the regular ongoing testing. This location in particular is located in the city of Sonoma. PG&E has gotten much better about narrowing the scope of the PSPS events. And so the chance of power going out at this location is pretty slim. We completely recognize the need for the hotel to have a backup generator, but the primary issue is the ongoing testing. I've spoken with the applicant about this issue, and we went back and forth a little bit last week. So they, in turn, went back and spoke with the generator manufacturer, and they're amending their application for testing to be from every week, once a month, which is a big improvement over the noise generated for the neighbors. And I recommend that that be incorporated as a condition of approval. But the kind of ongoing issues, I believe, will be resolved by putting the generator in an enclosure. Are there any questions?
Question.
Yes, well, go ahead, Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Are you proposing an enclosure that is 12 feet high or higher?
So I think so this enclosure would require review by the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. With any kind of a hip roof or other architectural features, I do believe it would be possible to design a structure that might be able to be located closer than this 20 feet. We don't have that information at our disposal right now, but putting it in a structure, this is similar to what we did at MacArthur Place. So on one of the generators, it's fully enclosed, and on one of the generators, it's just surrounded by a fence.
Yes, and so I go back to my original question, whether it's fully enclosed or it's surrounded by a fence, or to attenuate the noise. If this is 12 feet tall, and it looks to me like, and I can't tell exactly from the photograph here, but it looks to me like the exhaust pipe, is it sticking out of the top of the unit? Would and the sound is going to be associated in part with the exhaust. Are we talking about an enclosure that exceeds the height of the unit itself?
It would, and if essentially it would have to exceed the height of the unit itself in order to enclose it. That's, just, and I can defer to the applicant if they want to speak as to what options they've looked into for that. But
okay, and just even though I'm anticipating the discussion here, have there been other locations proposed for this generator on the property?
so no other locations have been proposed. I've spoken with the applicants and the entire team at the lodge about this issue and where else they could put it on the property. And my understanding is they're prepared to speak to that tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes, Christina, you mentioned, I'm talking about the noise emission regulations. Those are commercial regulations, am I right? Is that how you characterize them?
Yeah, so we have different standards for residential properties, mixed use, and for commercial. So the standards applicable to this project are for commercial.
Okay, that said, are there any considerations for the fact that 90 feet away there, a line of 6 houses that we just approved in that Saha project? That seems like a sensitive issue to me.
Yeah, so there's not in our noise ordinance, but that is a consideration for that third finding for the use permit.
Okay, thank you.
Christina, could you unshare your screen so I can see all the commission, please? Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to speak.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
I think I can hear you, Chris.
Okay, thanks, Christina. I appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time.
Chris, your
My name is
video's off if you wanted to. I'm not sure if you wanted to participate via video.
I don't have my video, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I'm also having difficulty hearing you, Chris.
Yeah,
you can turn up your microphone, please.
Are you still there, Chris?
You hear me?
You know, we're getting a little feedback, but
Oh. Okay, well, I just want to touch on a few discrepancies that I saw from the staff findings. Currently, we believe where the generator is located is approximately 18 feet from the property line. I think that's something that we need to review just to gain clarity. The drawings we submitted say the property line is 2 feet from the public sidewalk. But again, we need to confirm that. And then the generator, the dimensions we have are 8 foot 10 inches for the main structure of the generator. And then there's an additional 3 feet for the exhaust and a fuel exhaust from the fuel tank. And this generator sits behind an 8 foot wall. And so we're thinking that if we lowered the generator about a foot, then the entire main structure will be behind the existing wall. So I do understand there's public concern regarding the generator. And I know that some of that is because of the friction that has existed with the neighborhood for many years. We're definitely interested in finding some solutions to be a better neighbor with the residents who live on Clay Street. And that's regardless of what happens with this project. So that being said, you know, I think this generator, because it sits behind our main perimeter wall, does make sense. And the noise, because it's in a sound attenuating enclosure, should be limited and not have a whole lot of impact on the surrounding area. We looked at some alternative locations, but none were really feasible. The best alternative option we had was a temporary generator on a trailer that we could have somewhere else on property and then roll into place in case of a power shutoff. And I think that's about all I have.
questions for the applicant? Commissioner Larry Barnett?
Yes, Chris, can you tell me a little bit more about why no other location on your property is feasible?
It was the infrastructure to get the power from the generator to the main panel for the building.
Where's that main panel located?
Directly next to where the proposed location of the generator is.
Okay.
This is that existing location where it's been prepared to put a pad in. Is that where the generator would go?
Correct. And that would be temporary or permanent. We'd put the generator the same place.
Go ahead, Commissioner O'Neill.
Chris, can you tell us more about the proposal for the alternative of having a temporary generator on a trailer that could be moved when it's not required during the power shutoff?
Yeah, we haven't fully ran through what the logistics of that option would be, but we currently have a temporary generator on property. It's sitting in our parking lot close to the PG&E substation. So, you know, just thinking what that might look like, we'd have it positioned somewhere on property, either there or near the rear of the property. We'd do the ongoing testing in that location. And then should we have a power shutoff, we would wheel the generator into the proposed location of the permanent generator, and that's where we would operate it. The downside of a temporary generator is the noise emission during operation is going to be much higher than this permanent generator because there's no sound attenuating enclosure.
Commissioner Council Barnett?
Yes, I have a question. I guess my first question is, Chris, who are you? Are you the new representative from the hotel or?
Yes, sorry, I'm the general manager.
Oh, and you're part of that new management group?
Correct, yeah, I work for Sage Hospitality.
Okay, so I assume you're aware of the years and decades of issues your hotel has had with the neighborhood?
I'm slowly being brought up to speed on everything, yes.
Okay, and so I'm sure you understand that the trash and everything sort of like, I think a earlier version of our planning commission made some serious mistakes on this project, in the sense that the loading dock and the trash and everything is on Clay Street when you've got Leveroni there. And at least on this particular project, without, I mean, you sort of explained it to Commissioner Larry Barnett, but you're literally bordering a PG&E substation. I mean, you would think that a generator could perhaps be closer to that PG&E substation in Leveroni and try to, deliver what you obviously need for your requirements, but also, be a better situation for the neighbors. And I guess maybe that question was already answered, but is there any way that generator could be located near the PG&E substation off the parking lot there, closer to Leveroni, and perhaps it will require additional hookups or infrastructure, but is that not possible?
He's muted. Christina, he's muted.
Thank you. Yeah, when we looked at that, so for the temporary generator, they asked for the generator not to be more than 100 feet from the panel.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there is some challenges with having a generator by the substation and just what it would take to be able to get the power from the temporary generator or from the generator over to the existing panel.
And I guess that's an issue I don't know enough about, meaning, perhaps it is possible, but what would that require and what kind of investment would that require? And that's something we should all sort of know before we make a decision. Obviously your preference would be to have it where you applied for, but if it could be closer to the substation, then that, is a different sort of it would just be nice to know if that was completely impossible or if that's possible with a little more investment.
My understanding is financially that would, it would be not a feasible option.
Okay.
And I don't know enough about it either to say if technically it would be feasible. I don't know what it would take to be able to get power from a generator placed by that substation over to the panel, and how intensive that would be to make happen, right? Because you essentially have to run across the entire existing property to get it there. So
right. And that's the question. If it cost $1 million to bring power toward that generator, maybe that would be infeasible. If it cost $5,000, maybe that would be more. Like, I don't know. These are
okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, we could run the numbers.
Yeah.
Let me interrupt here for a second. I'm thinking of MacArthur Place that just installed generators, and they installed them in 2 locations, and they're fairly far apart from each other. Obviously, both of those locations can't be right next to the panel. So somehow they solved the problem of getting the generator to the panel.
Yeah, the location for MacArthur Place was definitely a consideration because I spoke with them as well about moving their generators. Both of those similarly were not located in the campus core of the hotel. They were located on the proximity, on property lines, in close proximity with residential neighborhoods. The answer at that time, it was really similar. It's where the power comes into the property. That was where the generators had to be. In that case, the way we solved the problem was by putting them in enclosures. So,
but the 2 generators are not next to each other, and so they both can't be right where it comes into the property.
Yeah, well, they tee off it, so they're not super, you're right, they're not super close to each other. One is on the eastern property line, one's on the northern property line. And, you know, I think that, so my end, so I've worked on, I think, almost all of the generators that have come before the Planning Commission. My understanding from their project was their selection of the size and the location was based on their operating characteristics. The noise generated from a larger one versus a smaller one is really similar. The generator proposed for the lodge is much, much quieter than the one that was just approved at the Sunrise Villas retirement home. The generator at Sunrise Villas had a maximum noise rating of 88 decibels. This one, I believe, is 66. That is a significant reduction in noise. That doesn't change the neighborhood consistency issues, but just wanted to comment that based on my experience with these in town, that this is one of the quiet, it's definitely one of the biggest ones we've done, if not the biggest one, but it's also one of the quietest ones.
And Robert,
Still dealing with the 20-foot setback requirement and the height of an enclosure on this generator, aren't we?
Yeah, and you know, I think we might need to check offline. There may be some inconsistencies in the material. I just checked the noise report. So the noise report that was submitted definitely says that the exhaust outlet would be 12 feet 9 3/4 above grade.
And I'm still not understanding why MacArthur Place can put two generators probably 500 or more feet apart and get them tied into their panel. And
yeah, they could, but I will comment, both of those were located within really close proximity of the property line. So the northern generator.
They're not near each other.
You're right, they're not near each other. So they were proposing to.
The main panel.
You're right.
Robert, I'm not familiar with MacArthur, but I do know for the lodge, our Broadway building has a separate panel. So this generator we're installing will not power the Broadway building. For the same challenges we're discussing, we can't get power from the generator over to the panel that runs that building. So I'm not familiar with MacArthur, but I'm guessing that they put those generators both next to different panels that run different parts of the property.
Well, what exactly will this generator power? What operations in the hotel will be included in this generator?
So we have 182 rooms total. This generator will power 162 of those rooms. And the entire main building, including our restaurant. And the only thing that will not be powered is the spa and our Broadway building, which is meeting space and 20 additional guest rooms.
Question.
So it essentially powers, I would say, 80% of the building, which would enable us to continue operations in case of an emergency.
Other questions? Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Yeah, I want to just clarify something you just said. When you say the Broadway building, you're talking about the building on the corner of the property facing Broadway and one side on Leveroni, right?
Correct.
Okay, and did I hear you correctly to say that that building now has 20 guest rooms in it?
Correct.
And when did those 20 guest rooms get added to that building?
That I do not know.
My recollection is that building was originally a commercial building with retail on the ground floor, but I don't remember it ever having guest rooms in it. Christina Tierney, or do you have any recollection of when it was that the hotel expanded guest rooms into that property?
I don't know off the top of my head. I do know that the condition of approval for commercial to be located on that corner was for a limited period of time. But I can look into that and get back to you.
Okay, because I seem to recall that the original conditions of approval for this project was something like 159 guest rooms, and now it's Now it's more than that.
It's actually gone down. So I believe I'm not going to remember off the top of my head, but I think it was 100. It was either 125 and then it went down, or it was something a little higher and went down to 125. When they put the restaurant in, they sort of traded seats in the restaurant for some additional hotels on the second story, but I don't know if that was on the Broadway building or not.
Okay, thank you.
Council Barnett?
I just want to follow up on what Commissioner Larry Barnett said. Not too long ago, I did look at the conditions of approval for this property, and I don't believe, please double check, I don't believe there is a time limit. I believe the goal for this property, and I remember when this property was developed, and I believe Commissioner Larry Barnett was on the council at the time, the goal as a city was to sort of enliven Four Corners. And so that corner building, the goal behind that was to have sort of local neighborhood serving retail to open up that property to the community and to that intersection. And
yeah,
so,
I agree that that was the intent. I believe I've looked into the conditions as well. I will double check, but my memory is that there was a limitation. It was limited to 5 years.
please check on that, because I don't know if that's true. And the conditions of approval said that there was supposed to be 50% local serving retail in that building.
I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can, I just so happen to have that available.
All right.
Oh, look at that.
Condition number 22, I'll just read it because it was changed at the council meeting. It says at least 50% of the ground floor tenant spaces in the commercial building shall be occupied by uses intended to serve the local neighborhood and consistent with the intent and regulations of the Gateway Commercial Zoning District, as may be modified by the city from time to time. Office uses in the commercial building may be permitted on the ground floor for the first 5 years of operation. At the end of that 5-year period, office uses shall be limited to the second floor. Any use which requires a parking ratio as determined by the city zoning ordinance more intense than the standard commercial office or retail ratio in effect at the time, currently 1 space per 300 square feet of building area, shall be subject to conditional use permit review by the City Planning Commission.
And so does it show anything in there, David, as to when those office uses were converted to guest rooms?
No, this was as of November the 20th, 1996. And as Christina said, we can look to get you that history and report back.
Yes, I want to say there was a 98 use permit that converted the second story to rooms, and those rooms were in exchange for the hotel. But I said that meant that I was right. Oh.
Well, we've yet to see that, so you get credit once you find that.
Anyone else have questions for
Question?
Commissioner Bohar?
This is a very reckless question, but oftentimes roof structures are reinforced to have heavy equipment, air conditioning, and that sort of business. Chris, is there any opportunity to reinforce the roof and have this thing put up there on a crane permanently so that it would be accessible from the panel would be accessible through the roof, through the floors?
Good question. I can definitely look into that.
How would you fuel it?
Put a tank up there. Oftentimes they have equipment like that on office building roofs. I've been involved in them.
I'll definitely look into that. I'll check the cost to put it over next to the PG&E substation to see, what that looks like. I mean, I don't know what feasible versus non-feasible looks like in the eyes of the commission. I think that's kind of something we have to agree upon, and then we can definitely see if it's allowable or feasible to put it on the roof of the hotel.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the applicant? Otherwise, I'm going to open it up to the rest of the public. Seeing none, I will open up the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
And I'm happy to put the site plan up if people want.
Before then, unmute them after you. Okay.
Why don't you put the site plan up, Christina?
Right.
Chair Felder,
Yes.
there is a gentleman named Rob that would like to speak on this item.
I think.
Wait,
we're
wait.
familiar with
Let's
that.
get the site plan up. There we go.
He needs to be unmuted.
I have to find them. Okay.
Rob, you may speak now.
He's muted.
He'll have to unmute himself.
Unmute. Sorry, your site's not that friendly. There we go. That was my question. I'm a neighbor of this. I was on the last thing. I'm in agreement with putting it by the PG&E. Look, I don't live on Clay Street. That's not my fight. I'm north of you. My backyard looks onto your spa parking lot. But however, being a general contractor and a superintendent in commercial construction, having just put in 2 backup generators, because emergency generators are different form. You say emergency generator, it counts for different things. On the same day in 2 different locations in the East Bay, I'm going to tell you straight up, the location next to PG&E would be better. You have broken up bungalows along that way. You can get to your power boxes on the other side, thus not having to argue with the poor clients on Clay Street to hear this. The size of that generator is not roof applicable. I have a problem with that word. The other point is, how do you fuel it? Put a tank up there. How do you fuel the tank? That is another question in hand. Okay, so that being backed up to the PG&E generator, the PG&E substation would be a better location. However, if you can guarantee the noise level is down enough for Clay Street and get by, I'm good with that. However, what I'm trying to say is you have areas to get straight on through to your power and your transfer switches over on the Clay Street side if you put it next to the substation, which is the best location for that size generator. My other question is, how far along are you with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District on this project? Have you gotten the approval? Or, you know, that could be up to a year. Right now, one of my projects has been sitting for 8 months waiting for their approval. Where are we at with that? Thank you.
Unmute him.
Is there anyone else from the public that cares to speak?
No.
Do I not get an answer on my questions?
I'm just trying to find out if there's anyone else. Hang on for a minute, Rob.
I'm happy to
Thank
answer
you.
when it's the appropriate time.
Seeing no one else from the public, I'll bring it back to the commission. And do we still have Chris available?
Yes, Chris is on the line. Rob, I believe we submitted BA to about 4 months ago.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will open it back, close the public hearing and open it back up to the commission for discussion and possible action. Can I see the full commission on the screen now, please?
And if I could just chime in, so one of the standard conditions of approval for generators is that they do get their permits from all of the applicable jurisdictions. So the Bay Area Air Quality Management District is one of those.
Okay. Can you unshare, please?
You sure? We done with the site plan?
Yeah,
All right.
thank you. Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
I just have a quick question. Obviously, these generators have been recently proposed and placed due to the PG&E power shutoffs, correct? I mean, that's generally the need for these generators.
Yes.
Yeah. So generally that happens historically, at least for the last few years, in September and October, correct?
Yeah, this application was originally brought up last August. as a building permit. So it's been going on for a little while.
I guess my point is, in my view, we have time before the next potential power shutoff to get this application right. Meaning, this isn't like August and they need to get their generator in next month. We have until next September, possibly.
And in fact, they have a portable generator on site that they could move into location and power up if they had to.
Yeah, I am not an expert on when fire season starts and ends, but
Maybe you know somebody that is. But what I would say is, I would generally think that these generators aren't probably necessary until at least next August at the earliest. And so I would be of the view to continue, to try to expedite this, but also get it right. And I understand the need for generators, and I don't want to hurt that need. I'm just asking the question, do we need this until late next summer? And do we have the opportunity to try to get it right before then?
I'd give Chris an opportunity to comment.
I agree with you. I think some of the discrepancies and some of the questions brought up.
And I guess I would chime in. I'm not convinced that you can dismiss the location near the substation, the PG&E substation. I think it's a possibility, and I sure would like to hear what it would cost to move it there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Burnett.
Well, let me say that it doesn't sound like we're going to take action on this tonight because the applicant has offered to look into some alternatives, and obviously we've got to hear the results of that research before we make a final decision about this. I do want to say that I feel that the residents of Clay Street have put up with enough over the years as a result of what I think was a poor job of site planning in general for what I'd refer to as the mechanical or industrial functions associated with hotel operation. They never should have been located on the Clay Street side of this property. In the original site plan, they weren't located on the Clay Street side of the property. The whole site plan got flipped without review of the Planning Commission and approved by the then city planner as a revision of the site plan. I sincerely hope that the location of this generator on the other side of the property is feasible, and I await information about that because I'm going to find it very difficult to approve an additional noise generating operation on the Clay Street side of this hotel. Thank you.
Commissioner Brohar.
I'd like to add something to Commissioner Barnett's comments, and I hope it's new news, but when we approved the Saha development a couple of years ago, there was deep and wide controversy about that loading dock. It's not a loading dock. There's no dock, so they load in the street. We all know that. There is currently the same kind of deep and wide animosity about this generator, and easy to say from the neighbors that they're being piled on, not to mention the proximity of the housing project that we approved. It's also true that at the end of all that controversy about the loading dock a couple of years ago, there was a formal documented complaint filed apparently about the lodge, about the loading dock. And from my understanding, that complaint was not managed very well, and it sort of disappeared into the ether. But I don't think those neighbors have forgotten about it. And I just want to make that clear that all those issues still exist and they're not going away. Thank you.
I would like to interject, Chris, if you would consider putting together what I'd call a good neighbor plan for the overall property that talks about not only this generator, but how you're dealing with the loading dock, how you're dealing with garbage, so that the people that live on Clay Street and surroundings have some indication that maybe you're trying to improve their situation rather than degrade it. Is Chris still active?
Chris is speechless.
You're muted, Chris.
Chris will have to unmute himself.
Unmuted.
Can you hear me, Chris? Want to make a comment, Commissioner Barros? You're muted as well.
There we go. Oops, now I lost my video. There we are. I just wanted to chime in that I am in total agreement with having this thing over by the PG&E plant, and I can't, or the substation, I can't imagine that it isn't actually feasible, given how far the MacArthur Place is pulling their power. And, you know, there's a lot of power moving around our city on power lines. They can do that. They may have to put a trench in and bury it, which would make sense. But I think they should do that. And the good neighbor plan that you just referred to, Chair Felder, is long overdue and would really be a welcome thing for the city and the neighbors. It'd be nice for some of these problems to be dealt with.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Barros. I would like to find out if Chris actually heard the comments. Is there any way to find out if he's still actively on the system?
Yeah,
He says yes.
He says yes on his chat comment.
So I can maybe speak for Chris if he doesn't mind, but I've spoken with this issue with Chris and really welcome his new leadership at the lodge. I believe they would be amenable to that type of idea and understand the need.
Okay. I guess I would look for some kind of a motion if people are in agreement to continue. Commissioner Council Barnett?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue this item until, I guess I would first ask our planning staff when the next appropriate meeting, would it be in December or January?
December 10th is our next meeting.
I would prefer to have you phrase it as a date uncertain.
Yeah.
But don't we have to renotice it if we do a date uncertain?
Yeah, but it's going to only be a 10-day notice if the next item goes through.
Oh, we haven't done that yet.
Well, we have to go to city council for that too.
Yeah.
But I don't want to rush this thing to December if more time and we don't seem to have the danger of a power shutdown.
Yeah, I would, as staff, I would request continuing it to December, and then if we need to continue it to a date uncertain, then we could do it in December.
And Mr. Chair, if I can just inject here, I would feel more comfortable going to January 14th, I think, only because that would give the applicant not only the time to look at alternative locations on the site, but to also have staff do the background work on the hotel rooms and how they got there and provide that analysis. and it gives the applicant the time to do the good neighbor policy, which I think he's in agreement with. I wouldn't want to rush it and just put it on an agenda just to bounce it again. Maybe ask the applicant if he could move it to January 14th.
Is that okay with the applicant, Chris?
You can chat with us, Chris, if your microphone isn't working. He said yes.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion to continue this item to January 14th to allow the applicant to explore alternative locations to place the generator on site near the PG&E substation, or to Commissioner Bohar's point, on a rooftop or other locations. Also to develop the good neighbor policy, and also to allow our staff to provide some more background information on the hotel development since the beginning and what they're allowed to do, what they aren't to do. Are they currently in compliance with their use permit? Are they not, et cetera?
Is there a second?
Second.
That second came from Commissioner Larry Barnett. Take a roll call.
Commissioner Barbeau.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
and Sheriff Felder. The
Yes.
motion is unanimously approved 7-0.
Okay, thank you very much. We will next move on to item 8.4, which is a discuss, consider, and take possible action to recommend to the City Council the introduction and adoption of an ordinance amending the Sonoma Municipal Code by amending in part Chapter 1903. I'll skip, yeah. Amending in part Chapter 19.10. Amending in part Chapter 19.56, and amending in part Chapter 19.88.020 of the code, and finding this action to be exempt from the CEQA. With that, I will move on to the staff report, and this is coming from Christina.
Me? Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much. So we spoke about this issue in September and October as well. And since that time, the ad hoc committee has been busy at work. The Planning Commission discussed our priority list in September and identified the items that would be brought forward today. So the items for the commission are four topics. There are a couple different sections of the code. The first section is 1903-060, which is recommended indemnification language to protect the city against lawsuits. The second is 1956, which is permit implementation, time limits, and extensions. We also have 1988 public hearings with noticing requirements, and then accessory dwelling units. The edits to accessory dwelling units touches a couple different sections. So that is the reason for all kind of some of the confusion. So let's jump to the indemnification language. Just bear with me for a moment. So the draft language that's in the packet tonight has been recommended by our city attorney and was also blessed by the ad hoc committee. So 1903 is land use permit requirements, and 1906-060 is a brand new section that has been drafted by our city attorney. And maybe it would be helpful to go section by section. I will open it up to questions on this section.
Well, just maybe as a statement that in asking the city attorney if he felt a shorter version would be suitable, he stated that he wanted all of the language in it as it exists.
Correct. At the ad hoc committee, one of their primary goals was to make the updates to the zoning code to be as user-friendly as possible. And the section is a bit verbose. So I did pose that question to him, and his response was that the language was required and needed in his opinion. So the recommendation of the ad hoc committee was to bring this language forward.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this section?
I have one.
Identification?
Yes.
We're talking about identification? Correct?
Well, this indemnification clause is pretty onerous to people applying for projects and has very little, if it has no standards as to when a deposit would be required of up to $100,000 for an applicant, what circumstances, whether there'd be any interest paid on it during the life of the project. And I have no problem with holding corporate officers liable so they don't skate around this. But I really have an issue with this $100,000. I just think people are just not going to want to do business in this city if you make it too onerous. And to me, this is too onerous. I've never seen anything like this before. And so I'm just wondering, was there a specific incident that led us to want to stick this deposit language in our indemnification agreement? Did we get stiffed on something or left holding the bag?
I cannot comment on that. So I think you're referring to section F or H, I'm sorry, H. So H states, at the time the application is first filed with the city planning director is authorized to require. So it doesn't require for every project. It says that the director is authorized to require the applicant or owner pay an amount to the city not to exceed $100,000 to act as a deposit against any liability that the city may have as a result of a proceeding described above. If no proceeding is brought against the city, the deposit shall be returned to the applicant and or owner without interest within 45 days after the applicable statute of limitations has passed, without a proceeding having been filed. If a proceeding is timely brought against the city may use the deposit to pay for costs and fees it incurs in defending the proceeding. And should the city expend more than 50% of the deposit, the applicant and or owner shall be required to replenish the deposit to its original amount within 30 days of receipt of a notice from the city to do so. So I would direct this to our director, David Spur, who has a little bit more experience, but my reading of this is that it's not saying that it is 100% required. It gives us the opportunity to do so if the planning director feels it's required.
If I could just chime in, I get that it's not required in every case, but there's absolutely no standards that the planning director is to follow in deciding whether or not to do this. And I just know that government tends to want to cover its tail. And so there's always going to be a tendency to require things to protect the individual staff members who made the decision or to protect the city. And I think the people that are going to pay for that are people that are trying to do business with the city. And ultimately the city, because people are not going to want to do business with the city unless there's this should be, there should be some criteria in here, I think, as to when this is going to be required.
If I can address that, we don't know what applications are coming in one day from the other, and that is correct. But clearly a fence request versus a hotel request or a cheese factory request or a hotel or something of that nature. The short answer to the question is yes, this is because of some experiences we've recently had where we have no ability to defend ourselves except for our own cost because of oversight in the past and the inability to have a condition like this in the code.
So I think what you're saying is we've come into some legal costs, which have forced that kind of a number.
That is correct. And I think the number probably came from the city attorney, whether it's 75,000 or 50,000. I could ask for that perhaps, but it's really trying to reduce our risk as a city to get full cost recovery. We've not been doing that. Lately we have, but not in the past.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you can see me.
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Well, is it worth going back to the city attorney and asking him for some modification of the language so that there's a scalability to this number? In other words, any project application that comes into the city is going to carry with it some scale implications. Somebody who wants to build a 2-unit housing project is obviously at a different scale than somebody who wants to put in a 60-room hotel. So I'm wondering, is there some way to put language in here that doesn't leave it so arbitrary? Because at this point it's completely arbitrary. You could say we want $100,000 from everybody. So I'm just wondering whether it's worth going back to the city attorney to see if there's some way of modifying this so that it's clearer to people when they come into the city of what their potential exposure is to even propose a project. I mean, if someone
I did circle back with the city attorney and had several conversations with him. He was very adamant that the language as proposed, in his professional opinion, is what was required to protect the city of Sonoma based on his experience in the city and in his 40 years experience as an attorney.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a suggestion here, is rather than get wrapped up in the axle here of $100,000, whether I do or don't, required at the application point, perhaps we can approve this language subject to a recommendation being made to the city council that this paragraph specifically be addressed by the city attorney to the council, because it really is the hope to get these things moved forward. Another option would be to move everything else other than this forward as well. But the hope is to try to get this approved if we can tonight at your commission so we can forward it in December to the council.
I agree. And
let me just finish my comment though, because I was interrupted. I want to say that first of all, the city attorney is not a new city attorney. He's been the city attorney for the city of Sonoma for probably 10 years. If this is language he's suggesting, which has now suddenly become the urgent necessity of the city, my question is, and now I'm speaking as an ex-city council member in addition to being a planning commissioner, where was he for the last 10 years?
Okay.
All of a sudden, this is urgent and can't be flexible because the city is exposed to legal liability costs, because while at the same time he was the city attorney? Is that what we're saying? This sounds a lot like the city attorney covering his butt, not the city's.
Can I add one more thing, just so my concerns are clear? It's not the amount. It's the lack of any criteria as to when it will be required, and in connection with that, how much. I mean, I think there just should be some language saying when the circumstances indicate that there is a significant exposure and there's a lack. I mean, the person could put up a bond and wouldn't have to put up $100,000. I mean, there's a couple different ways to go on this, but it's primarily my objection to this is that there is no language indicating under what circumstances this would be required. This is not a slap at you, Mr. Storr, but I'm not comfortable just leaving that decision up to somebody who's going to be inclined to make any decision that protects them from being accused of making a bad decision. I think we need to have some qualifying language in here as to when and how much before this is even done. So it's not just up to the discretion or I'm not going to say whim, but unfettered discretion is what you have right here. And we need something less than unfettered discretion. We need limited, defined discretion.
Can I take up the suggestion of the planning director that we recommend the rest of this language and hold out paragraph H to have it reviewed by the city council with the city attorney stating that our recommendation is we want some bounds and limits on how this is applied.
Okay, there's another, this appears twice. It's subsection H in two different code sections, both the one ending in 060 and the one ending in 070. They both have exactly the same, to me, objectionable language. So it's both of them.
Oh, but can we just pull those two paragraphs and have him, have the city attorney explain to the council what his intent is, and then, but our recommendation is to place some bounds and limits on how it's applied based on the project.
Yes, that's fine with me.
Okay, can we move on now?
Nice. Taylor?
Okay, go ahead, Kelsel.
I just want to agree with that. Like everything we do tonight, ultimately the city council is going to decide and the city council is going to approve. And so ultimately this is, since they're elected and they have the responsibility to defend the city, this is probably going to be a conversation with the city attorney and them. And so I'm happy with doing it that way. What I would just add my voice to is what Commissioner Barbos and everyone else is saying, that if there's any way we can add a little more specificity in here, for example, perhaps that deposit is not required unless a lawsuit is filed, you know, that would be great. And I would support that. But ultimately, I would be okay with moving this along with our recommendations and our comments. I would like the city council to know we have a problem with this, but ultimately it's up to them to decide where this goes.
Absolutely. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yeah, yes.
Please.
Let's move on. Christina?
All right, thank you all so much for your comments. So the next section. You guys see 1956? I'm asking a question. 1956, can you guys see that?
Oh, permits. That's after the 80. I'm just scrolling down the.
What happened to 19.110?
Say that again. Am I missing one?
I think so.
I have, so we've got the ADUs. I was going to do those collectively at the end. So I've got 56 and then 88 and then the ADUs.
Well, in the item number, number 2 is amending chapter 19.10 as number 2.
I don't think we have 0.10 unless it's part of the ADUs.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, it must be part of the, yeah, it's part of the ADUs.
Is it, do you want me to, I can do ADUs next.
No, yeah, go ahead. Just go through it.
Okay. All right, so chapter 1956 is permit implementation, time limits and extensions. And the primary change here, currently we say that the effective date of a permit is the 16th day following the date of application approval by the appropriate review authority. So that doesn't specify whether it is a holiday, a weekend, and we've had some recent appeals where the 16th day fell during Christmas break, and there was a lot of ambiguity about when an appeal could be followed. So the intent with changing from the 16th day to the 9th business day is to be very clear about when an appeal had to be followed. So it would have to be that, you know, the city hall would be open for business and the 9th business day. So I would open for comments on that issue.
Yeah, by the way, when I read the rights of appeal, I had provisions in there for holidays or weekends, but that's not part of the language. So this would be more clear. Anybody have a problem with that?
Nope.
Let's go ahead.
All right, the next change in this section is 1956-040, time limits and extensions. And the recommendation from the ad hoc committee was to extend permits from, so the language for a time limits, unless conditions of approval or other provisions of this development code establish a different time limit. Any permit or approval not exercised within 1 year of approval shall expire or become void. So the edit is from 1 year to 2 years. And the rationale.
You have a typo there. You should make years plural.
You're right. Thank you. The reason for this being that in the development world, a year goes by really fast. And as planning staff, we are often bringing extensions to the Planning Commission. It's a very onerous task for staff as well as for applicants. And 2 years felt like a more reasonable amount of time for an applicant to get an approval from the Planning Commission to getting a building permit. And I would open up for comments on that.
Earlier, we had a general 3-year window where you could where it was valid for 1 year and you could ask for an extension for 2 extensions up to 2 years. So for a 3-year total. In this construct, 3 years, 2 years, and then you're allowed 1 extension, right?
Correct. So down to item 3, we've also recommended, the ad hoc committee has recommended that, so the current language is that if the city planner or planning commission determines that the permittee has proceeded in good faith and has exercised due diligence in complying with the conditions in a timely manner, the city planner and or planning commission may renew the permit for, and it used to read up to, or currently reads up to an additional 2 years from the date of decision. So basically the recommendation from the ad hoc is to flip it so that everybody would get 2 years in the beginning and then they would have a one year extension. So there would be less extensions, more granted by right, and less extensions available.
A question, Christina, is this proposed to apply to new applications that come in? Or is this proposed to be retroactive to applications that were approved 1 year ago?
My understanding is this would apply to new applications, but I would toss this to Director Storer to comment.
What did the thumbs up mean, David?
It's prospective from the time that the ordinance is passed.
Thank you.
I would add to your, well, you just, okay.
There you go.
You go back to right there on paragraph 3 here. It says may renew the permit for 1 year extension. Is that clear that you only get 1 opportunity? Like, should we say just 1, or is that clear?
It says one year extension. I would hope that is clear, but I would welcome comment from everyone else because I've been looking at this for a while.
I mean, I think it's clear, but obviously anyone can make an argument that means, you know, if you keep working at it, you always get to apply for 1 year extension. So.
Did you say a single 1 year extension?
We can say that.
I like that.
Yeah, it's better.
I just wanted to be clear because this language has been an issue in the past, and the whole goal is to be as clear as possible. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it would say may renew the permit for a single 1 year extension.
Yes, yeah, that's good. A single, yeah.
Got that, Christina?
I do.
Next.
All right, our next section is 1988, which is public hearings. notice of hearings. And the recommended edit here is under B, minimum method of notice distribution, pardon me. So the recommended edit is to change from a notice published in at least one newspaper of general circulation in the city at least 20 days before the hearing to 10 days before the hearing. And the reason for this change is that 20 days before the hearing is when the notice needs to be published. We also have additional lead time for getting that notice in the paper. So essentially from when the city needs to get a notice to the newspaper and to a hearing, it takes us a month. That is really tricky, and what happens in order to accommodate all of these constructs is that oftentimes, as you'll see, we will notice hearings and then we have continuances and projects aren't quite ready, and it's a hurdle administratively. And I don't know if David, if you want to comment any further, but the ad hoc also supported this recommendation to change from 20 days to 10 days.
And just to exactly what Christina said, the state law is 10 days, and some complaints that you'll hear are, well, it's depriving the public a review possibility. All it really does is give them more time to know that a hearing is forthcoming. The ability for the public to review the staff report is the same as your commission. It comes out on the Thursday or the Friday before the hearing, regardless of when that hearing is. So it's just a matter of how long they get to then plan an extra days ahead of time in their calendar. And for the most part, as Christina said, we run into it a lot of times where the project changes within the last week or so, and we may have to do a continuance or re-advertise. That concludes my comments.
Commissioner Barnett.
Well, I'm a little concerned about this. 10 days, if a notice comes out on a Thursday or Friday, it basically gives the public a week, essentially 5 business days, to react to a project. And that feels very tight to me. I mean, to me, the notice requirements, despite what the state standards are, the notice requirements in the city of Sonoma have always leaned in the direction of the importance of community, the opportunity for the community to have as much input on a project application as possible. And I think that that shortening the duration of the time to either submit written comments or attend a meeting and be aware of it is going to constrain that. So I would be more comfortable with 14 days, which would at least, and of course, we're not even saying what kind of days they are. This can be just 10 calendar days. I assume when it says 10 days, it means 10 calendar days. We could say 10 business days, which would give somebody 2 weeks to be able to deal with something and get up to speed on an application and figure out how they want to respond. So that's my comment about that. When we get down to the radius issue, I'll talk about that separately.
Well, let me address that one. It seems to me that this is only talking about the notice of a project. They won't actually see any detail about the project until 7 days before a planning commission meeting. So,
well, it's a notice of a hearing.
The Friday before the packet's put up.
The packet doesn't come out until the Friday before, so they won't have any information about the project other than the fact that there's a project.
Right.
Well, can you scroll up a little bit, Christina? You're cut off at the top of the page there. It says, a notice mailed or delivered at least 10 days before the hearing. The hearing is the hearing.
But the hearing, the information for the hearing doesn't come out until 6 or 7 days before the hearing.
Yeah, so this notice is the notice to the public that's published in the Index Tribune, and also that is mailed to the neighbors.
It wouldn't have any description of the project other than the fact that there's something coming before the planning commission with some title.
Okay, let me just back up 1 second. Is the Press Democrat a paper that's considered a newspaper of general circulation in the city?
Yes, it is.
That comes out every day.
Correct, and that's our backup as a planner. Our the primary circulation in the city is Sonoma Index Tribune, so that's what we rely upon as a planner. As a backup, if we do miss a deadline, we can use the Press Democrat, but our just general practice is to rely on the Index Tribune, which is only published on Tuesdays and Fridays.
No, I'm aware of that, but I guess that if this, it sounds to me like this notification is being treated as essentially just a pro forma function that's required by law, whether it's in the Index Tribune or the Press Democrat. Apparently the consensus, at least what I've heard from Bob, is there's no information in the notice anyway, other than a hearing's coming up. There's no agenda materials. There's no details about the project. Why aren't we just using the Press Democrat, and then your time constraints are eliminated? Comes out every day. Why are we catering? Why are we catering? My question is, why are we catering to the publication schedule of the Index Tribune that only comes out twice a week?
I would argue we're not doing that. So what we're doing is aligning our ordinance to state law. So state law requires 10 days, and that's what we're proposing.
And if the goal is really to notice this to the public, honestly, I don't think very few people read public notices in the newspaper, whether it's in the Index Tribune or the Press Democrat. So,
yeah, I would agree that the public notices that are going to the neighbors are probably the primary source of information.
And the reality is that 10 days means that a publication in the IT on a Tuesday for the next week's Thursday hearing, it satisfies the 10-day requirement. And the actual information would come out on the Friday following that Tuesday notice.
And I would just comment that the 10 days, this is a common practice with most of our adjacent jurisdictions as well. We're kind of unique in requiring 20 days previously.
We're trying to help the staff to be able to adapt to changes in a project so that they don't have to continue a project unnecessarily.
and another comment I would say about this, I support and tend to always be on the side of as much notice as possible to the neighbors and to the public. I think since this ordinance has been written, there's been some technological changes that could enable the city to notice projects to the public even better, through social media, through email, through city email. To Christina's point, this is just state law. Like, we have to put stuff in the newspaper for public notice. And to Commissioner Barnett's point, and I'm just speculating here, if the goal is to inform the neighbors as soon as possible and let them know what's going on, but to Chair Felder's point, they're not going to have the details of the project until 6 days before the meeting anyway. And this is a hypothetical, if there was a situation where the neighbors needed to know something and be alerted because, a project was coming down the road that was very controversial and they need to be organized, I would posit that a newspaper notice 7 or 10 days before, and then 7 days before, so just 3 days later, all the information online could actually help neighbors' momentum, where 21 days before they hear about it, and then they don't hear anything else until 7 days, maybe they've moved on. And so I think a case could be made where the 10-day plus then all the information 7 days are so close together, it could actually be more helpful for the neighbors in terms of momentum and timing, and also help the staff and satisfy our state law, and through email and social media, and hopefully we'll get to a giant sign on the project site, also fulfill our noticing requirements. in a better way. Those are my comments.
I have a comment about the notice. Am I up, Sheriff Elder?
Yes.
I want to second what Commissioner Barnett just said about notice. I have really been enthused about having notices on the site, which are large signs. I assume that section 3, that blue posted notice, is what they have in mind for putting on the site. But it seems to me that a lot of other jurisdictions, they have large signs on stilts, maybe 4 by 6 feet, that are clearly have a site plan, all the details of the project, and have some person or a telephone number that can call for information. This would put all the neighbors on site on notice if there's something really happening there. They have a clear idea. It seems to me that that ought to be concurrent with the noticing period and also continue on as long as it's active with the Planning Commission. I think there ought to be something up there. Honestly, I hear a great deal of comments here in Sonoma. A lot of citizens feel like things being done in City Hall, they don't know about it. I think it's very undemocratic not to have something graphic on these sites.
Well, thank you so much for that perfect segue to our next topic.
Well, hold on, we're not done with that one yet.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Let's slow this down a little bit. You know, if I understand things correctly, no notice goes out unless an application has been filed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're talking about in terms of the agenda packet is the staff report and the application information. There's no reason why, when a notice gets put up in the newspaper, that on the city website, the actual application information can't be put up. We don't have to wait until the staff report's complete to notify the public about what an applicant is proposing. I think it ought to.
You're absolutely correct. So there's a difference here between what we put on our website and what we are legally required by law to advertise. And so I would just, right now what we're talking about is what are our legal requirements as far as posting in the paper, what we do on our website, and best management practices as to community outreach. That's a separate issue that we will deal with when we talk about application processing at a different hearing date.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that if we end up going to this 10-day approach, I would like to see it coordinated with the simultaneous release of the application information online, because that's what the public wants to know about. How the staff feels about an application is a different matter.
Yeah, absolutely. So the general sentiment of the ad hoc committee is that the importance of having the information online, having people be able to see project plans, have graphics on site, and have that information shared is more probably the primary importance and what people are going to see. That is a separate issue from what we're dealing with right now. That we're talking about legal notices in the newspaper. So I would just recommend all of these comments about the processing issues, if we could focus those when we deal with the section on application processing in a couple minutes. That'd be wonderful.
Okay, thanks.
Comment, please.
We're not yet to the mailing notice, right?
No.
Okay.
No, so the similar edit was recommended for the mailing notice. So changing from 20 days to 10 days for the mailing notice.
And from 500 to 300 feet.
That is another one of the recommendations from the ad hoc.
Well, I have problems with both of those. The mail in this town is notoriously slow. If I were to mail you something today, you might not get it for 4 or 5 days. That's just a fact. When I used to practice in Santa Rosa, I would get mail faster mailed from Santa Rosa to Sonoma than I would from within Sonoma. I don't know why that is. I do. They have to take it to Petaluma. They don't sort it here. They drive it to Petaluma and it gets mixed up with all this other mail. And then they have to drive it back if they determine that it's coming to someone in Sonoma. So 10 days mailing, it could well end up being 5 days, 3 days. And if somebody's on vacation, people in this town travel, I just think the mailing is problematic. And the 300 feet, people don't feel apprised of what's going on in their town as it is. Decreasing the number of people that are getting a mailed notice is not a good idea in my view.
Well, and if I can, let me just interject. The 500 feet has a historical purpose behind it. The general size of a block in Sonoma is actually 600 feet. And the 500, and I'm not exactly certain how they settled on 500, but 500 basically covers a block. 300 feet's a half a block. And so I think the reason for the 500 is to increase the coverage so that people who live on a block find out what's happened or proposed on their block. Because that, you know, people become very neighborhood or block centric. And so I think that 300 feet is like nothing. It's two houses, 3 houses. I mean, we've got the average lot size here is 60 feet. So that's 5 houses. It's not enough. If you want to really notify the people in a neighborhood who are going to be affected, you've got to notify at least a block. I would like to see it be 600 feet, but 500 feet's the number we've been working with, and it's been like that for many years. I don't see that it's onerous to add more addresses to a mailing to incorporate what constitutes a block in Sonoma.
I don't have a problem with that argument, Larry, but there's no way you can change the mailing to a larger number of days than the publication in the newspaper, because that constrains the staff to effectively have to have the 20-day notice anyway.
Yeah, I get that.
In terms of the radius, I always thought, I mean, what Commissioner Larry Barnett just brought up, I hadn't considered what a block, you know, the size of a block. I always thought the 500 corresponded with the FPPC ruling where we would have to recuse from within 500 feet.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so the 500 to 300 are just general dimensions that we see in other jurisdictions as well. I believe 300 is state law, 500 is in the excess of state law. It's definitely an interesting topic for conversation, and I love hearing everyone's feedback.
Can I raise a question, please?
Yes.
I know that it's been a while since we've had a chance to get an update, but when we're talking about public notice,
Yeah. Yeah, I am a little. Thanks,
we're
Gwen.
talking at. I'm sorry. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
When we're talking about community involvement, community notice, and everything, and we're a relatively small town, when things aren't working particularly well in the eyes of the public, they're pretty good at expressing that. So one thought that I have is to go ahead and make the best calls we can make. And then if it's not working in the eyes of the public, we don't have to wait 10 years to change it, do we? Don't we have a quicker mechanism to say, okay, let's go back to 500, let's go back to 20-day notice or whatever? It seems like we're trying to create this perfect thing that will be good for 20 years. I'm an advocate of making sure we do the steps that will maintain community involvement in a small community. But at the same time, I'm not advocating to do steps that are just going to be more work.
Yeah, and I would comment that the intent from staff for this change was that, you know, times have really changed, and our understanding is that more people are getting their information from social media, Facebook, the city's website. And as we move towards that we spend more staff time working on the website and updating the information so it's electronically available. And by changing this, it will free up staff time to do that. Everyone's speechless. Wow.
Can
Bubbles.
that makes sense. I mean, I actually think what Ron said and what Christina said taken together, I mean, I would like to see this information become a lot more readily available to the public. And if doing this will facilitate that in a electronic format, then great. And if, to Ron's point, if it doesn't work out, we can change it back.
Yeah, I would say, I think we're definitely all committed as staff to working through this zoning code update process. We are going to be updating it pretty much every month for the next year or two. So if something doesn't work, it'll be really easy to come back and revisit it. A lot of other jurisdictions are a little bit ahead of us as far as electronic communications goes. I've seen other jurisdictions where they have QR codes on the notices, and you can take your phone and snap a picture and it brings up the project plan. So I'm hoping we're working towards something like that, where like San Francisco, we have these big, beautiful posters, and everybody can get all their information really quickly. And that's more informative than getting some card in the mail 20 days ahead of time saying when the hearing's going to be.
Does the city have access to every resident's email address?
I don't believe so. I think we have mailing addresses right now. I know other jurisdictions are working towards more notifications electronically. State law is the 10 days, and so that's what we've recommended here.
Am I correct in my understanding that generating the mailing lists is the applicant's responsibility?
That's city staff. And so going from city funds, city dollars, city staff time. So going from 500 feet to 300 feet is a whole lot less paper. It's a lot less stamps. It's a lot less staff time.
But the mailing lists are generated by the applicant, are they not?
Nope, by staff.
Does the applicant pay the postage?
We pay the postage.
The city pays the postage. Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question about Commissioner Kelso Barnett's comment? Everybody's using email or text message or some other digital form of communication these days. What is the plan for us to be able to start going down that path rather than these paper notices that get mailed out?
That is a wonderful question, and I'm so glad you brought that up. So there's actually a different section of the code that discusses how staff is to process applications. What we're talking about now is what are the legal requirements for the mailings and for the publication in the paper. So those are really two separate issues, and I think the tone here is we want to shift away from using the newspaper and the mailings and shift towards these electronic and email communications, but that will be dealt with in a different section of the code.
Okay.
One step at a time.
Well, how do we make sure that happens, though?
Well, the ad hoc committee will make sure that happens. They've already talked about it.
Yeah, but there have been too many holidays. We can't meet. Oh,
I think all of these topics will be discussed next year. These have been identified as midterm fixes, and so they will not be discussed in December. They're not on the schedule for that, but they'll be discussed in 2021 and likely be the topic of some of our public hearings and outreach that we do.
Are we able to move on? Are people comfortable enough with this language then?
I'm still in favor of 500 feet, not 300.
I would have to agree on the.
So maybe we need to do a straw poll here to see what's preferred, 500 or 300.
We can do that.
Wait, state law is 300, Christina?
Correct.
Okay. Show of hands for 500.
500.
1, 2, 3, 4. I can't see anything else.
It looks like we've got, hold your hands back up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. And Bob, your hand was up, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got 5 out of 7 saying 500.
All right, I will make note of that for when we bring it forward to City Council.
Thank you.
But of course, if we get to the point where we have the digital communication, then we can certainly readdress this.
Absolutely.
To Commissioner Barbos's point, there are a lot of people in our town that travel, you know, and you could have people that are on the East Coast for 2 months and they don't even get the, not only do they get the mail, I mean, you know, an email communication, to Commissioner O'Neill's point, if there's any way we can sort of go electronic so people can be wherever and via text or email get notice, that would be the best, I would say.
All right, I think I have the direction to move forward. Just double checking there's no more edits in this section. Oh, there is.
We didn't
So-
talk about posted notice yet.
Correct. So down to subsection 3. Currently, it states notice posted in at least 4 public places within the boundaries of the local jurisdiction, including 1 on the site. And so we are recommending that this be reduced from 4 to 3, and to specify the locations being City Hall and the police station or City Hall chambers. And also adding clarification language that on the site, a notice of minimum dimensions of 11 by 17 inches, including the required contents, be posted on the subject property. So this is just for the hearing itself. There was a good amount of discussion at the ad hoc committee about posting on the site with graphics and other things when an application is submitted. And as I've commented before, that was more in lines with modifications to the section on application processing, not on the notification itself. So this would be public, the context would be public notification for the actual hearing. And this is basically increasing the size. So right now our typical postings are 8.5 by 10. And so it would be increasing the size and providing some additional direction on how the site posting should be.
Does this include taking down the red signs on the lampposts?
Oh, thank God.
We do not have language in here about taking down the signs, but I do hear very clear direction that there is incentive to take those, have staff take those down when the hearings are done.
And what about the, I mean, how are these 1117 posters going to be displayed on site? I mean, not every site has a telephone pole in front of it. What's the plan in terms of where and how these things are displayed?
So typically in my experience, you know, your first bet is to have a telephone pole. If you don't, there are stakes, and it's just industry standard to stake them to poles so that they're on the site that way. Sometimes you can use trees or other things if they're easily available, and you can do it without harming the vegetation, but there's definitely lots of ways you can post a sign on the property.
I realize we're just talking about notice here, that there's going to be something going on, but just speaking to Jim Bohar's point earlier, you see other jurisdictions where they put up a mini elevation of the project so that you can actually, and a site plan. I mean, I was walking down the street in Oakland near where my son lives, and there's a project, and you could just see exactly what was being done.
Yeah, I think that's where we're hoping to go. And these are really right now little baby steps at changing our paper notifications so that we can focus more on these electronic notifications and site notifications. But right now, so if we're changing the notices to go from 20 days to 10 days, we don't want all of that information to just be going up 10 days ahead of time. So we want that information to be going up when an application is filed so that residents have adequate knowledge of getting involved and, hey, this is going to happen, and start having those conversations really early in the process. 10 days before a hearing, that's really too late for neighbors to be seeing site plans and graphics and things like that.
Do we have any timing on when this poster needs to go up?
So so the application processing section, when we get to that in the development code, that's when we're going to be discussing that. Typically it would be with application submittal or sometime shortly thereafter, but that hasn't been discussed yet.
Well, in terms of baby steps, my inclination would just, I get the noticing, like the 10 days and all that, but like on this, to Commissioner Bohar's point and what Arvo's just said, there's a real opportunity to really create something good here. And I would want to get it right before, because I just worry we're never going to get back to this.
Well, so right now, all we're recommending, so the changing from 4 places to 3 places is not a huge change. I don't think most people look at those 8.5 by 11 posters on the telephone poles, and we're increasing the notification on the site to go from 8.5 by 11 to 11 by 17. So the baby step here is that we're trying to increase the notification of hearings on the project site and decrease it elsewhere in the city.
When it comes to the poster on the property, I have no interest in doing baby steps. Like, why can't we just get this right now?
We can, it's just, this is the wrong section for it. Right now, we're talking about the section for notice of public hearing, not notice of the project.
Okay.
And we're going based on the priority list that the Planning Commission outlined.
Okay, so if this is the wrong section, that's fine. I do think 11 by 17 is too small for what I envision for some large.
Yeah, so this is just a notification of the hearing. So the dimensions here, this is based off of what San Francisco has. As far as like the big 24 by 36 posters of project information, that would be in a different section of the code.
And that section should make a difference between, for example, if you're just doing a use permit for an overheight fence, I don't think you need a giant thing. But if you're trying to develop a 100-room hotel with, a spa facility, absolutely.
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, I think everybody is on the same page, the ad hoc, the planning commissioners, we all want better information on the site. We want big graphics. We want everyone to be able to get the site plans and that information electronically if they're walking by the site. I think that the general consensus is there is a decreased importance on notifications in the paper and more information to be distributed electronically.
Okay.
How is this item number C? Does this supersede the mailing requirement? I'm a little confused. This says additional notice to tenants. The original language talked about people within 500 feet. And I'm not understanding how this particular provision interfaces with the provision requiring mailing or noticing to people within X number of feet.
I think the intent was that the existing language is a little superfluous and was duplicative based on the language in the code sections above. And so there are cases where additional notice might be warranted depending on project characteristics. And so we wanted to preserve that option, but shall endeavor to provide mail notice to commercial and residential tenants within 500 feet of the exterior boundaries of the property that is subject to the hearing at least 20 days before the hearing. That's what's already stated above. So we're reducing the duplicity, but maintaining the option of the city planner to make additional notice if we deem necessary for larger projects.
So the additional notice would be an additional mailing or
whatever is deemed. So for example, the hotels or other large projects, if we want to require a larger site notice, it gives us that power.
Okay, thank you.
I saw a lot of head shaking from Commissioner Wellender.
No, I'm fine.
What happened to Commissioner Bohar? Did his computer die?
Oh yeah, where is he?
Is he in the waiting room, I wonder? Wendy, are you still on? Or Christina?
Yes, we're here. Yeah, Jim, we're promoting him.
Thank you.
Where are we at, Christina?
I think we are done with this section. So my understanding is that the recommendation from the Planning Commission is to accept and forward the edits to the sections with the exception of C, affected owners, and that the recommendation is to revert back to the original 500 feet instead of the proposed 300 feet.
That's correct.
Do we have to open this up to the public since this is in the hearing section?
Do we want to do it at the end of all of them? We've already gone through 2 sections.
Yeah.
I'm happy to open it up if you'd like to. I'm just,
Well, let's get through it all, and if anybody is still with us, we'll give them a chance.
okay. So then I will proceed to the ADU ordinance. Uh-oh, hold on. Hi, did you get back in?
Somebody needs to unmute Mr. Bohar and get his camera back on.
I don't even see him in the list.
Action, what happened? Did y'all
He's
do?
in the participant. He's in the participant list.
I think you're in now.
Yeah, he's
I
in.
still have, all I have is a full screen that says accessory dwelling unit municipal code amendments.
Perfect. I
don't-
see you now. You're back in.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, fine.
You
Okay.
could scroll up and down on the right-hand side. Those
All
little-
right. Jim's back.
The little arrows, top and bottom, allow you to scroll to see everybody.
All right.
Wait a minute. Gallery view is what I need. Can anybody see me?
I can see you.
Everyone can see you.
Yeah, I've only got Barnett, me, and Felder and Christina on here.
Well, and there's hand.
At the top and the bottom, that will get the participants.
Yeah, well, and there's hand.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
One voice. What do I, share screen?
No.
You got dirt under your fingernails there, Ron.
I've been working hard, thank you.
Jim,
Yes.
you see a little arrow at the bottom and at the top of the right-hand pictures?
Yeah, a small one, right?
Yes. If you can scroll up and down to catch all of the rest of the participants.
No, it's gray. It's not active.
Well, then go to the other end.
I'm not getting anything.
Go to the bottom or the top.
At the bottom, at the bottom, I've got a black band that's,
All right, now go to the top. And then you should be able to scroll up and down.
I've got a crazy view. It's got 2 things up front. You are viewing Christina Tierney's screen and view options.
View options.
View
Yeah.
options gives me make the size of the picture. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
It doesn't get me anywhere.
You have speaker view and gallery view?
I don't have the same controls I had before. I don't have what you're telling. I don't have any, wait a minute, speaker view, full screen. Speaker view.
This is why I have 2 screens.
Okay, I can see 5 panels of people, and I've got a major portion of the document, accessory dwelling unit code amendments.
good.
Okay, let's just go with this. I can talk and I can watch.
All right. I'm going to
Somehow
proceed.
it got me into the guest format somehow. So
All
let's just
right.
keep going.
So I'm going to move on. So the accessory dwelling unit amendments touch a couple different sections. So the first section is our land use table. So we're talking about chapter 1910, zones and allowable uses. And the recommendation is to modify tables 2-2, 2-3, and 2-4. All of this information was previously brought to the Planning Commission and has been discussed. These edits have been sent to HCD, and right now we're just bringing all of those changes forward. There's no new information in this, and so it's changing table 2-2, 2-3, and 2-4, so that accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units would be principally permitted.
Right.
So the P means it's permitted by right, right?
Correct. Are there any questions on that? And
No.
this, all of the intent of these changes is to align with state law.
Yeah.
All right, the next section is that we are proposing to replace 19090 accessory dwelling units in its entirety with the following language in order to comply with state law.
And this
And
is,
again,
for the most part, this is the same as the urgency ordinance, correct?
it is. It's completely the same, and it's exactly what was before the Planning Commission last year, I believe. So the definitions of the same, we're not proposing any changes. We're just proposing to make the urgency ordinance permanent.
So,
Well,
Christina, all of this is straight out of state law?
Correct.
you have a modification though later, don't you, for the efficiency units?
Say that again.
You changed in the definitions. You made the efficiency unit just part of what conforms to state law, that you don't have to.
Correct, and that was an issue that had come before the Planning Commission a couple times, and essentially the definitions in the urgency ordinance would be brought forward into definitions 1992, and that removes the habitable space and replaces it with just straight floor area, which removes some of the conflict that we've had with a couple of applications.
So, but that's really the only change we made in this ordinance.
Yeah, and that wasn't even a change. It was just bringing the definition forward so that it's in the development code.
Gotcha.
Now,
Okay. I have a question about the ADUs.
Yes.
I remember we ran into this situation about minimum size before, which necessitated somebody getting a conditional use permit. I don't see where that could possibly be possible under this ordinance. There's no minimum size for an ADU specified, only maximum.
There is a minimum size. It's 150 square feet. What the issue was is in our code, it had defined an efficiency unit as habitable space, 150 feet of habitable space, not just floor area. And so our definition of that is now aligned with state law.
So the habitable space will include the living room, bathroom, kitchen, as well as the bedroom.
Correct.
Okay, so we won't have that problem anymore.
Right.
Correct.
and is there any consideration being given to what I would view as a kind of inconsistency or conflict between these ADU language and our standard development code building requirements? To wit, we require a garage for a house, but if you want to put an ADU in your garage, we basically no longer require a garage for a house.
And that's
What
all
are
covered by
What are we
state
going
law.
to do about those kind of conflicts?
Correct. So state law trumps all of our ordinances. So state law states if you're converting a garage to an ADU, you don't have to replace that parking. We can't control that. It kind of is what it is.
But if someone wanted to build a house from scratch and not have a garage and have an ADU instead,
That's not allowed. So if you're building one from scratch, you have to provide the parking space unless you meet the criteria for not having to provide the parking, which is being within a half mile of a transit hub.
But in other words, if I wanted to build a house from scratch, I would have to include a garage, and then I could apply for an ADU by right and eliminate the garage I was required to build?
So currently our code for a single family residence requires one on-site covered parking space. If you are proposing a new residence, you would be required to put that in. If you're putting in an ADU at the same time, you would be required to put in the amount of parking required by state law as well.
Oh, okay, but my question was a little different. I apply to the city to build a house. I'm required to put in and I have a garage. And then once the house is built and I get an occupancy permit, I can then convert the garage to an ADU. I mean, does anybody else see the craziness in this?
Yeah.
That is state law.
We just eliminate the garage requirement in the first place and we'd be consistent.
That's my point. What are we doing?
Yeah, so that would be up for consideration when we look at parking.
you have to have the garage unless you build an ADU. So what you're doing is you're getting increased housing space after the fact when you go to an ADU.
I understand, but what I'm saying is it's kind of crazy that I couldn't just build a house with no garage and have an ADU instead. And that instead of that, I'm forced to build a house with a garage and then convert the garage to an ADU. That's like Crazyville.
If you build the garage properly, it won't take much converting.
And those requirements are in a different section, which we will be dealing with shortly. When we get to the parking requirements, I think that inconsistency can be addressed.
Okay,
But yes, it's a little goofy.
let's move on.
Are there any questions on this section?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you, Jim.
While I was out in digital paradise, I missed the part about, in the previous section, about having a manufactured home. Was there any discussion about that as an ADU?
Our code does not differentiate between housing types, whether it's manufactured or not, for ADU. Manufactured homes are allowed.
Oftentimes, there's a difference between a prefab home and a manufactured home. A manufactured home looks mostly like a shipping container with paint on it. Come on.
I would just give one caution on that for what it's worth. If you put a manufactured home on a property that has a stick-built house, you will never get conventional financing.
Good. It sounds horribly from an aesthetic standpoint.
Oh,
And it
they can
sounds
be
like-
beautiful. I mean, look at blue homes or whatever, some of them are quite beautiful, but there's just a Fannie Mae rule. You cannot have a stick-built house and a manufactured house on the same property.
Well, those blue houses are not manufactured homes. Aren't they called prefab homes? Are they
I
architectural?
was using that as an example, but the fact is there are manufactured homes that can be quite attractive, but doesn't matter how good looking it is. You attach it to a foundation, you could do all that, but you have it on the property with a stick-built house, it's not eligible for financing. It's a weird quirk in the
Well,
law.
okay, let me ask the larger question. Are the manufactured homes subject to the same matching aesthetic and style as the residents? In other words, do we have control over what that looks like?
So that the stylistic, design review, what triggers design review is not being proposed to change under this ordinance. So the triggers for design review are in a different section of our code.
Okay, but in this document, it says, well, in our code under ADUs, it's not being changed. It says that the accessory dwelling unit has to match the residence in, I don't know, style's maybe not the right word, but it's supposed to conform to the design of the main house, is it not?
Yeah, I believe that's a change in state law, and I believe the state trumps our ability to regulate what the ADUs look like.
No, it's in here.
It could be a shipping
It's in
container.
here. It's still, this ordinance requires the ADU to be of this, exactly what Jim's saying. It's in here. I saw it.
Yeah, I read it. But this seemed, when they said manufactured home, seems to fly in the face of that, of what Steve just said. No, there's some conflict here.
I think, I live in a ranch home, 1978 ranch home on the west side of Sonoma. I think it would be really easy to have a manufactured ADU that looks like my house. So I think it's going to be case by case.
Okay, do we agree, Steve? Do we agree with Steve and I that the ADU's got to match the home?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I read it. I read this whole thing just day before yesterday.
Christina, at the bottom, there's some design standards, ADUs.
Yeah. Thank you, Wendy.
Okay, it's 7B. An ADU shall be similar in materials, color, style, and form of the primary residence. Architectural details, including but not limited to windows, roof pitch, and trim, shall be similar to the main building or property. That's 7B in our ordinance.
But it's not inconceivable that you could come up with a manufactured home that would do that.
Sure,
And that's in here, as Jim pointed out.
sure you could, but the word manufactured home just sounds weird, that's all.
Well,
But-
it's
Maybe it's not worth talking about, I don't know, but Steve's right.
semantics, I think.
What would prohibit you using one of those blue metal clad houses on a lot with a shingle house or something, you know?
Well, there's no dispute about taste, right?
In gustibus non disputandum est.
No, it's no, it's something of a non-est disputandum, no. What is it? That's not right.
In
How do I get this right?
Artes.
Can I make a comment?
Only in Latin.
Am I allowed? Am I still on?
Yeah.
Maybe I have a weird perspective, but you know, in my opinion, one of the richest aspects of a community is diversity and in built form. And I would suspect that most ADUs are not that visible from the public corridors. It's just, there may be exceptions, but I keep going back to thinking, why are we hung up that something has to match? To me, that could be kind of ho-hum. And I would be more concerned about scale, and certainly colors can come into play. But I would argue that one of the charming things about the East Side is that it's not like the housing development that I live in, that every fifth house is the same. So I would not be adverse to being different, an ADU being different, but that's, again, I just wanted to share my perspective from my lens.
Well, the language doesn't say match, it says similar. Similar can be a broad spectrum.
Okay, I agree.
I do find that weird that we would limit an ADU to be similar in materials. What if somebody has a wood house and they want to make a stone ADU? Is this a state requirement, or are we arbitrarily limiting an ADU design by putting this line in there?
Yeah, so all this language is from state law, and then other places in the ordinance, there's language on how you can get around it. So if you want to propose something that is not similar in materials, color, style, there's a process for that.
Okay,
Okay,
so we won't fight it.
nope.
Yeah, all this is really, this is straight state law. This is, really not the city of Sonoma inventing anything.
Is this the right time to say I don't like Sacramento? I'm sorry, is it?
And Christina, just to reiterate, this is all by right, right?
Correct, yeah.
And so if they do want to do a stone ADU, they can, but it would have to come before the planning commission.
Correct, yeah. So this is all the process for a ministerial ADU permit. If they want a discretionary permit to allow for exceptions to this, that's still an option.
Sounds good, let's go.
I think that's it.
Okay.
So
All right.
then all the definition changes are in 1992. These are all based on state law. It's the new definitions being brought forward. It's resolving those issues about habitable space.
I'm going to open this up to the public. Is anybody from the public care to speak? Christina Morris?
No, there's no public comment.
I'm going to close the public comment. Hearing.
I've got a question.
That's okay. We're just back to discussion now. I just had to open it to the public and I just closed it. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks. I missed out on this, I think, when I was blanked out. The section in the ADAs where it talks about the fact that the residence in the ADU has to be sold at the same time, it talks about ownership. there's two sections where it could be owned by a housing organization or a land trust. Was there discussion about that?
No.
No.
No? Commissioner Barnett, you brought up an issue in a couple of meetings ago that,
Which Barnett?
Larry, excuse me. You brought up the issue that if a commercial entity could buy these buildings, buy a house and an ADU, they could essentially have a herd of these things in a community, or say in your neighborhood. They could buy up the houses, put an ADU in, and then they could essentially have distributed commercial interest in your neighborhood, and not controlled by the resident.
Yeah, still my worry. I mean,
Well,
there's nothing that I see in the law that could prevent a property management company, which is a corporate entity, from buying up houses and plunking ADUs in the backyards of every one of them.
Exactly. And it's exactly what you and I talked about when Piedmont started getting inundated with mailers from contractors and developers who wanted to perhaps do just that.
Oh, well,
I think the issue there is resolved by the owner occupancy requirement. So for a JADU, there is an owner occupancy requirement. So the owner of the property would have to reside on the property if they want to rent that out.
But that's just for a JADU. If for a regular ADU, the owner doesn't have to live there at all. It can be a distant owner owning progressively more and more of the houses on a given neighborhood.
That is correct. I think based on our presentation the other week, it's hard for me to see the financial ability of a company to buy an ADU on a property and make money off of it. But
You have to buy the whole thing.
They buy the whole thing. They buy the whole property. And you basically turn any single family home into a multifamily lot, and if you can basically double your income on that lot.
And in a real estate downturn, like happened in the last recession, companies did just that. They bought up a lot of houses cheap. They could buy them up now with ADUs or put them in.
I understand, only 53% of rental housing is occupied by owners.
I think that what I would recommend.
Well, I see that as
this topic was brought up by a member of the public, and I think what I would recommend is that we engage the city attorney to address this issue and address the city council when this goes forward to them to see if there are any edits to our definitions and to owner occupancy, and it could potentially be addressed there.
I think that is a real potential deleterious effect on neighborhoods. That just breaks up the continuity and the cohesiveness of a neighborhood if you have commercial interest coming in and buying up willy-nilly.
So I think Christina has the right approach. She says, let's bring this up and see if the council wants to modify it for owner occupancy.
Okay.
Do we need to make a recommendation formally? Do we have?
The recommendation is, let me pull up my staff report. It's to recommend that city council conduct a first reading, and if there are any modifications, I would include that.
So should we have somebody make a motion to recommend this to the city council and take a vote on it?
Well, I try to put something together. Do I need to quote that section? I don't have it in front of me.
The modifications that I've written down from our conversations is that we have, for the indemnification clause, we would like to request specificity to the deposit requirements, specify for the extensions a single 1-year extension, and change the recommendation of the ad hoc to be 500 feet for the notification, not 300, and then recommend that the city attorney address the owner occupancy language.
Well, and essentially eliminate the possibility of ownership being through a land trust or a housing organization, because that takes the neighbor out of it.
Well, that's what she's suggesting.
Well,
yeah, and I don't know that, I don't think we can specifically say that, but I do think we can potentially control the language and the definition of the owner occupancy. I did reach out to the Sonoma Napa ADU nonprofit about that issue, and they've confirmed there's no direction from the state on that issue, and it is something we can pursue as an entity if we want to.
Okay. Fine.
All right, so would somebody like to make a motion that we recommend with those modifications that this set of ordinances to the city council?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second,
And let's have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wellender,
Yes.
Chair Felder.
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved 7-0.
Okay. Moving right along, there are no items for discussion. Issues update from our planning director. You're muted, Dave.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since your last meeting, we did have the appeal withdrawn for 1211 Broadway. You may recall that was approved by your commission many months ago toward the beginning of the year. Want to obviously thank Christina for her work and patience and long suffering on that project.
Which
And
project, can you give me more than the address? Which project was that?
this was the 6-unit residential project where it had the Victorian in the front on the west side of Broadway.
Yes.
Yeah. And also to thank Vice Chair Wallander because he provided Christine and I some expertise on how to make sure that trees were preserved over a certain period of time, and that was very helpful to us. My second of two comments to bring up was that today the ABAG held a public workshop on RENA, and I'll be reporting back at the next meeting on that. It was a 3-hour meeting, and I have yet to watch the last hour of it. And to remind you, commissioners, I think I forwarded it to you, that the public comment period on the RENA numbers is still open until November 24th, in case you had any comments that you want to provide directly to ABAG. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're on to comments from the commission, and I have one comment to start with. The city has put out a notice for people to submit applications to various commissions within the city. However, they neglected to include the planning commission in that list, which was a mistake. So the planning commission is part of that application process. We have 5 commissioners who are subject to having their terms renewed, that their terms expire. So please take note of that. And if you choose to want to continue on the commission, you need to file an application. And that process is available on the website. One final note on that. I will be stepping down as chair at the time that a new commission is formed, which probably will be sometime in January by the city council. So I will serve as chair until the new commission is constituted, and then we will elect another chair. Those are my comments. Go ahead, Kelso.
Well, I'm a little surprised to hear that last comment, but we'll address that later. I just wanted to remind the hundreds of people watching us currently that on Saturday, this Saturday, November 14th, from 9:30 to 11 is the first Sonoma Developmental Center specific plan virtual community workshop. And I would like to encourage everyone in the community, all my fellow planning commissioners, anyone interested in the future of SDC, to attend this workshop. There's going to be a brief presentation about takeaways from the background report that the planning and advisory team has been working on for SDC. There will be group discussions, brainstorming a vision for the future of SDC, and this will obviously all be on Zoom. You know, the way we do virtual meetings these days during the pandemic. You have to register for the workshop, and you can register at sdcspecificplan.com. And I would strongly encourage everyone in the community to attend via Zoom and be involved in this process.
Mr. Chair, if I can just piggyback on Commissioner Barnett's comment, and thank you for doing that, Commissioner Barnett. Brian O is the new staff member, I believe, the lead on that, and I will be in touch with him over the next couple of weeks. What they're trying to do at the CDC is reach out to local organizations to meet with groups, and there's a possibility that I can talk him into making a presentation to your commission in January, perhaps, but I'll be working on that between now and then.
Commissioner Barbos?
Yeah, on that same topic, I'm signed up for this SDC workshop tomorrow. And I'm also on the board of the Sonoma Ecology Center, which is affiliated with Sustainable Sonoma, which has produced a 2-page document related to this specific plan development. And if anyone is interested in having me forward it to them, send me your email, and I'll at sbarbos@vom.com, because that's where I have it. I'll just forward it to you from Caitlin Cornwall.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Larry Barnett?
Well, I just wanted to say that today, new COVID cases in the United States topped 160,000. We're almost going in a straight line upward in terms of cases. I hope you all are safe and stay safe. My feeling is we're all going to have to tighten back up to the way things felt back in March and April. I just offer my support and condolences for going through yet another terrible phase of this pandemic crisis. It's for those of us who have families and children and grandchildren, it's particularly trying, and I hope all of you are making it through this comfortably and safely, but also starting to psychologically prepare yourself to be more careful over these next few months than you've been probably for the last 3 or 4.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good point.
I just want to do a real quick thank you to David and Christina and Wendy and all the planning staff. I mean, we've been really wanting to get going on this development code update for a long time. And obviously we did the first little tranche tonight. There's going to be a lot more, and it's an exciting process, and they've put a lot of work into it. And I just appreciate the way we're going about this via ad hoc and then for the entire planning commission. So I just wanted to thank them for that.
Anyone else? I don't see any hands up, so I think it's time for somebody to make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Steve did.
Yep.
Second.
Do we have a second? All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Night.
Good night.